Shalom Israel, Most High in Christ blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Salazar.
We are children of Israel, and welcome back again to another Sabbath, another lesson. We're going to continue. There's going to be a series of lessons based on the lesson that we did last Sabbath. Beware of all unrighteousness. And now we're going to deal with those topics of what we went over last Sabbath, as far as what the scriptures informs us of. Can't get it out. As far as what all unrighteousness is. Okay, we're gonna do somewhat of a little bit of a recap just so we could go back over just real quick about what unrighteousness is. There's a whole list of sins that the scriptures shows us are what's considered unrighteousness, or what is unrighteousness, which is basically sin. A whole list of sins that you could find yourself getting caught up in if you're not careful. So we're going to cover each one of those today. The title is Beware of All Righteousness, Fornication. So we're going to be dealing with the first sin on the list, the first sin that's listed as unrighteousness. And there's different lists that you can, we went through and show that there are several places in the scriptures that gives this list of sins that the Lord considers to be all unrighteousness. And so we're gonna, hit each and every one of those. And it's gonna probably take time too. We might throw other lessons in between sometime because it is quite a long list. Um, we got different high holy days that'll be popping up and coming in. We want to do lessons on those. So it'll probably take a little bit of time, but if you watched any of our lessons, you know that we will go through and break down these different, I guess you could say, categories of scriptures where they, have a list of maybe sins, or maybe even things that have to do with righteousness. Like the fruit of the spirit. We did a whole series on James. I can't even think of the name right now, but back, you can go and look. We did a whole series. Let me look that up real quick. James 3. Yeah, the fruit of righteousness, the peaceable fruits of righteousness. That's what it was, right? Yeah, we did a whole series about the peaceable fruits of righteousness. And so, we went through and broke down, that it's pure, peaceable was gentle, easy to be and treated, full of mercy, good fruits, without partiality, without hypocrisy. So we went through and did lessons on each one of those. So sometimes we'll do that. So that's what we're going to be doing with all unrighteousness, is following that same model. So with that, we're going to go ahead and just jump right in for time's sake. Again, the name of the lesson is Beware of All Unrighteousness, and we're going to be dealing with fornication. We're going to go back to Hebrews 5 and 12 through 14.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5, and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are begun such as have need of milk, and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
And as usual, we always start off our lessons with this scripture. And it's for a reason. So we constantly want to remind anybody that watches our lessons that um, the things that we learned in church, we've been lied to our entire lives. And we're going to touch up on a lot of this in the lesson because a lot of the worldview and what the world pushes on society through media like music, television, social media, movies, especially a lot of the TV shows and things like that, even the kids' cartoons. And it's quite clear as we're going to go through and show you that the kids are the main targets in order to bring about unrighteousness throughout the earth. It's being done by design and it's being done by a particular group of people who are known as the border of wickedness in the scriptures. Okay. So everything has been turned upside down. Everything that is righteous is made to look like it's unrighteous, is unrighteous in this world, and everything that's unrighteous in this world is being propped up to be righteous. So we have to reteach our people, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, who are the Israelites the Bible speaks of. This is your book. These are your lessons. The God of the Bible that shared this his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments with you, with his people. And we need to reteach our people because the scriptures have been taken from us, um, repackaged, and given back to us, to where now our people are just completely lost, caught up in um, all of these different denominations of Christianity, and believing that everything in this book is for everybody. It's all about love. It's all about um, love, 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 love. You can sin as much as you want, and God's gonna love you anyway. So that's the trick that's been played on our people and the entire world period. Um, and this is one of the reasons why we see fornication just running rampant. Excuse me, and throughout the world, fornication is heavy, and it's being pushed on, like we say, it's going to be pushed on the kids, especially on the women, because we're going to show you through the scriptures that um, a lot of the fornication that goes on within society starts with the women. Again, it's been flipped on the head because they make it say it in society that it starts with the men. It's the men out here doing all of this. It's the men that's, but according to the scriptures, as we're going to show you, it actually starts with the women. Okay. Um, as far as, the land or a nation falling into this kind of sin, like fornication, adultery, all these other sexual type of sins, starts with the women. And we're going to show you that in the scriptures. We're going to show you how the children are being targeted, and it's being done purposely. You get the children on board with this and corrupt the children. And by the time they reach adults, we're seeing the ramifications of it, that we have a society now where fornication, adultery is just commonplace. It's so common. People don't even, you hear about somebody getting a divorce or somebody cheating or somebody, being caught up in fornication, having multiple baby daddies, baby mamas, and people don't even bat an eyelash now. It's almost like it's no big deal. It's so common, and accepted. That's the sad part about it, is that it's commonly accepted as something that's no big deal. So we're gonna go over that. So again, We need to reteach our people because our people have not been exercised in the way of righteousness as per the way the Bible says we need to be taught, the way we need to be exercised. All right. So we got to strengthen our people in the ways of the Lord in order to keep them from falling into any of these diverse lusts or sins. Okay. Let's go to First Peter 2:2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2, and verse 2. As newborn as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that ye may grow thereby.
So as it said, as newborn babes, you got to humble yourself as a little child. You have to desire the sincere milk of the word. So in other words, you have to have the desire to want to learn. You've got to have the desire to want to actually really change your life, because that's what this entire truth is about. It's about the Lord's people coming to the understanding of who we are as a people, understanding that he has certain expectations of us, and recognizing that so far we have not lived up to the expectations that he has of us. And now that we know what those expectations are, what are we and what are you going to do in order to now fulfill those expectations? Are you going to repent and change? Or are you just comfortable with the way you are? You're comfortable with the way things are going in this world? You're comfortable with the position our people are in this society. And some of our people are comfortable and will just turn their back and turn their shoulder to, to this truth. We pray that they don't, though we know the majority of the people have done it and will continue to do it. All right. So you have to have that desire to want to change. And then if you do make the choice that you want to change, you have to take the necessary steps to ensure that you are walking in the ways that the Lord expects us to, so that you can continue to grow. It's going to be a slow process. It's not tomorrow you're just going to wake up and, you're suddenly going to be, a perfect Israelite with no sin. That's not how it works, but you're going to have to start somewhere. All right. So again, as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. Okay. And again, the milk, this word, is the Lord's law, statutes, commandments, and judgments. Because again, as we went over last Sabbath, those are the things that's going to change you. Or in another term that the scriptures use, convert you. Those are the things that's going to make you a convert, or make you to change um, your actions, change, the way you live life, the way you view life. All right. So again, with that, we're going to get into this lesson. Um, all unrighteousness, abstain from fornication or fornication. All right. Because we need our people to abstain from fornication. And we're going to talk about this a little bit because um, the topic of abstinence, and why isn't abstinence being pushed in the schools? They may subtly talk about it, but in reality they don't really care, and they really don't want the kids to abstain from getting involved in sexual activity. And we're going to show you that also. Okay, so we're going to start this lesson in the book of Sirach. We're going to go to chapter 17. You're going to read verses 1 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17, and verse 1. The Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again. He gave them few days and a short time, and power also over the things therein. He endued them with strength by themselves, and made them according to his image, and put the fear of man upon all flesh, and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. They receive the use of the five operations of of the Lord. And in the sixth place, he imparted them understanding. And in the seventh, uh, speech and
Interpreter.
interpret, interpreter of the cogitation thereof. Counsel and tongue and eyes, ears and heart gave he them to understand. Withal he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil. He set his eyes upon their hearts that he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding, and the elect shall praise his holy name. Besides this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an inheritance. He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgments. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears uh, heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness, and he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbors.
All right. And as it says, and he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness, and he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. So he gave us the things that we need that are necessary for us to be able to deal with each other, as far as being a nation, as far as being neighbors, brothers and sisters in this truth, in this walk. Um, and he gave us warnings, of things that could go wrong if we don't follow his laws and commandments. And one of those warnings was being aware of unrighteousness and not allowing ourselves to get caught up in the midst of unrighteousness. All right. And so that's what this lesson is about, uh, teaching our people why we should be abstaining from unrighteousness, why we should be abstaining from fornication and all these other sins that are listed as unrighteousness. Okay. Christian church is not teaching our people these things. They're not going into detail as to why the Lord doesn't want his people getting involved in these activities. We're going to show you the reason why through the power of the scriptures. Okay. Let's go to Romans 1. You're going to read verses 25 through 31.
The book of Romans, chapter 1, and verse 25. Who changed the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even their woman did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burn in their lust. Wom, uh, burn in their lust, one towards another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was met. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do these things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covetous breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful.
All right. And you can see there's a whole list here of sins that the Lord is showing us that fall into that category of all unrighteousness, being filled with all unrighteousness. And it's important for our people to understand that because society has made fornication something that's, it's natural. There's nothing wrong with it. Wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable and unmerciful. And we got to remember that the Lord is he's constantly in the scriptures, bringing awareness to his people about staying away from these sins. As I said, fornication being the first one on this particular list. Okay, there are different lists. And we're even warned about what we're seeing happen in society right now. I don't know why I even throw this in there, but it just popped in my head. We didn't even put it in the lesson last Sabbath, I don't believe. But let's go to 2 Timothy 3. We're going to start at verse 1 and stop at verse 7.
The book of Second Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, in, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and leave captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning, never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. And we see that so true, especially in the Christian churches, but that's also starting to seep over into the Israelite community. And that's some of the things that we're going to continue pointing out, that we have been warned that in these last days, we would see the entire earth falling into all unrighteousness. It's everywhere. Every facet of society is caught up in, in all forms of sin. Okay. So as it said, there's no also that in the last days perilous times shall come. So we're actually living in those times right now. And when you take a step back, look at society and what's going on, you see clearly every single one of these that are listed that people are dealing with. All right. People being lovers of their own selves. You've heard us say it before. You don't even have to look far to see that. All you got to do is just click on Facebook, go to TikTok, go to what's some of the other ones? I don't have any of the social media. Well, what is it?
Oh, Instagram, Facebook,
Instagram,
Snapchat.
yeah, Snapchat, all
Uh,
these other ones, and then you got all these dating sites, and you will see it that people have just become lovers of their own selves. They become very selfish. It's all about me, 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 me. People are more worried about getting clicks and likes in order to boost their own ego. You know what I mean? Rather than doing the things that's good, and that's just where society has gone. That's how far society has fallen as a whole. Is that again, all these things are looked at as just natural. There's nothing wrong with it. Um, so we're gonna, point out as we go through the lesson um, why the Lord has doesn't want his people, the Israelites, participating in any of this. Okay. So again, going back to Romans 1 and 25, going back to Romans, we're not going to read it again, but I'm just going to go down to verse 29 again. So as it says in Romans 1 and 29, being filled with all unrighteousness, and we can see here fornication being the first one in this particular list. So um, that's where we're going to go, as far as our lessons dealing with fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, and so on. All right. So today we're dealing with this one right here, which is fornication. All right. We're going to continue on with it. And why, again, the entire reason behind this lesson is that the Lord has told us to abstain from these things. All right. So we're going to go back to First Peter, and we're going to go to chapter 2 and verse 11.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 11. Dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshy lusts which war against the soul.
He's telling us abstain from fleshly lusts which war against the soul. All right. Those fleshly lusts are those temptations that we're going to come across. You're going to come across several types of temptations, especially when it comes to fornication. And that's where, as I stated earlier, that sins such as fornication start with the women, because that's where the temptation starts, especially with the men being tempted by the women, by the way they dress, by the way they carry themselves, by the way they talk. And we're going to show you through the scriptures that it's not just me saying this. The scriptures actually is showing us and teaching us that a society, a nation, um, falls, or its fall starts with the women, and how the women present themselves and how the women carry themselves. Okay. So we want to keep that in mind. But again, First Peter 2 and 11, dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lusts which war against the soul. Because we all have um, those two sides of us. The one side wants you to do what's good, the other side wants you to do what's evil. And it's going to ultimately come down to you as to which one you're going to allow yourself to give into. Are you going to give into the evil side? Are you going to give into the good side? Which one? Some people think they're okay if they just walk down the middle, but we got to remember the Lord says, you can't be lukewarm when you come into this truth. You've got to pick a side. Can't be hot, you can't be cold. Let's get that in. Where's that in Rome, in Revelation? That Revelation 3. I can't. Or is it 2? I think it's,
Revelations 3 and 15. It
yep,
says,
there you go.
it says, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would that thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
So he's telling us you can't walk down the middle. You need to make a choice. You can't come into this truth and be lukewarm. The Lord rather you be either hot or you to either be cold. Okay, he's basically laying it out. You've got to make a decision. Which side are you going to be on? Are you going to be on the side of righteousness? Or are you going to be on the side of unrighteousness? Which one? Make a choice. All right. So going back to First Peter and 11. So again, dearly beloved, I beseech you as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lusts which war against the soul. That's where the war is. That good side of you warring with that evil side of you. And ultimately, again, it's going to come down to you as to which one you're going to allow to win that battle. All right. We all have that war brewing inside of us. And again, it comes down to your integrity as a person, your discipline as a person, your desires as a person, all of these things that are either going to help you defeat temptation or that weakness that's going to allow you to give in to temptations. All right. Um, let's go to Romans 13:14.
The book of Romans, chapter 13, and verse 14.
Yeah.
Verse 14. But put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provisions for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof.
But put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ and make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. When you put on the Lord Jesus Christ, that means you are putting on his word. You're gonna follow in his ways. You're gonna walk as he walked. You're gonna follow the commandments. You're gonna follow the laws. You're gonna do those things that are necessary to keep you away from falling into sin. You're gonna do those things that are gonna help you stay away from giving into your temptations and allowing yourself to fulfill the lust that you desire within you. Okay, that's what it's saying. And make not provision for the flesh to fulfill the lust thereof. In other words, don't allow yourself to be put in a position to where you're going to end up giving in to those temptations that are surrounding you, because we are surrounded by temptations every day. You've just got to be somebody that's aware enough to understand that, you know what, everywhere I go, there's going to be some kind of temptation. And you have enough discipline, you exercise your senses enough to the point to where it doesn't bother you, where you could walk through this society and navigate your way through this society. And it's almost like you have blinders on. You see, some of our people are blind to righteousness. They're blinded to this word. They're blinded to the scriptures. But though there are those of us that understand the scriptures, that have the scriptures, live in the scriptures, that are, it's the opposite for us, where we're blinded to the things that are going on in society. When you have to go out and participate in the society, those things don't affect us. And when I say, yeah, I'm talking about myself also, because I know how easy it is for me to I, I guess I've just always been that way. It's never been a hard thing for me to have to be disciplined enough to say no, to walk away from, from temptations. All right. So, and not saying that I've been perfect my whole life. No, that's far from that. But overall, I'm saying it's never been hard for me. When I was in school, hey, you want a beer? You want some weed? Like, nah, it's all right. I'm good. So, staying away from temptations for myself has never been a hard thing. All right. Just having that discipline to be able to walk away. All right. So we all have things that we battle with, and you've got to develop through what? Through exercise, the exercising of your senses. How are you going to do that? Through reading this word, applying it to your life. You got to actively apply the things that you're reading and learning to your life, and have enough discipline to meditate on it daily, to keep it, within your mindset daily, so that when these temptations come to you, you have basically we've been given the tools to fight any temptations, anything that we're battling right here in the scriptures. And it's again, it comes down to you. Have you have you fully equipped yourself? And in a lot of cases, people have not. All right. They have not put on Christ. Okay. And it makes it real easy for them to do what? To make provisions for the flesh. And they end up doing what? Fulfilling the lust that they have within themselves. Okay. And we have to abstain from these things. Let's go to 2 Timothy 2 and 22. 2 Timothy 2.
The book of Second Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 22. Flee also youthful lusts, but follow righteousness, faith, charity, peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart.
Flee also youthful lusts, but follow righteousness, faith, charity, peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart. All right. Later on in the lesson, we're going to, find out a little bit more about the pure. Okay. Um, we touched on that last Sabbath, Psalms 9. Just grab Psalms 19:8 real quick. It's really about pure.
The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 8. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
The commandments of the Lord are pure, enlightening the eyes. All right. So when it comes to somebody that's calling upon the Lord out of a pure heart, that means that's somebody that's actively keeping the commandments of the Lord. They're actively keeping them. They're following after righteousness. They're following after faith and charity, peace. Okay. And that's one of the things that Christians don't seem to understand, that you have to keep the commandments. You got to be following the law. You got to have both. You got to be keeping the commandments and you got to have faith. The Christian church has made everything just about faith, 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 faith. You got to have faith. But even the scriptures tells us in James, faith without works is dead. All right. Grab that James 2. Uh,
James 2 and
start
17.
14. Start 14.
Start on 14.
Yeah.
The book of James, chapter 2 and verse 14. What does it profit, my brethren, though a man say he has faith and have not works? Can faith save him? If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be you warm and filled, notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what does it profit? Even so, faith, if it hath not works, is dead, being alone. Yea, a man may say, thou hast faith, and I have works. Show me thy faith without thy works, and I will show thee my faith by my works. Thou believest that there is one God, but thou doest well. The devil also believe in and tremble, but wilt thou know, O vain man, that faith without works is dead?
Keep going.
Was not Abraham our father justified by works when he had offered Isaac his son upon the altar? Seest thou how faith wrought with his works, and by works was faith made perfect? And the scriptures was fulfilled with which saith, Abraham believed God, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God.
And stop right here after 24.
24. Ye see then how that by works a man is justified, not by faith only.
You see then how that by works a man is justified, and not by faith only. Somehow, some way in these Christian churches, that doctrine is being pushed that it's all about faith, 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 faith. You don't need the law. You just got to have faith. And it's almost like these pastors have not read the book of James or something. It's like, how could you read the scriptures, especially read James, and come to the conclusion that you don't have to keep the commandments, that you don't have to keep the law? It makes absolutely no sense when the scriptures is clearly telling us faith without works is dead. One more, let's go Revelation 14:12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 14 and verse 12. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus.
Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. You got to have both according to the scriptures. You got to stop listening to Pastor so and so who's teaching you that you just got to live by faith alone. It's your faith that's going to save you. No, you got to have both. You've got to actively be keeping the commandments, and you have got to have faith in Christ. Okay, you got to have both. All right, so let's go back to 2 Timothy 2 and 22.
Timothy. The book of Second Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 22. Flee also youthful lust, but follow righteousness, faith, charity, peace with them that call on the Lord out of a pure heart.
In other words, keeping the commandments. So go to 1 Thessalonians 5 and 22.
First Thessalonians. The book of First Thessalonians, chapter 5 and verse 22. Abstain from all appearance of evil.
Abstain from all appearance of evil. We're being commanded, if it even looks to be evil, stay away from it. Don't get involved in it. You see, we say that we're the Israelites, we're God's chosen people. We shouldn't be out here in society doing nothing that could let the average, everyday Joe or anybody look at us and be like, oh, I thought they said they were Israelite, that they were the keepers of God's commandments, and they were the ones that were given the law. But yet, hmm, that looks kind of weird. They seem to be caught up in all kinds of evil. You don't want to be doing anything that gives anybody the impression that you're being a hypocrite, is basically what it's telling us. I used drinking earlier. I'll go back to that again. We have some of our brothers that you see, like right now, I'm drinking pink lemonade. All right. If I'm not drinking, water, lemonade, it's what do you call it? Well, I'm always usually drinking the Canada Dry,
The
the
mhm.
Canada Dry. Like I said, for some reason after COVID, my wife gave me Canada Dry while I was sick with COVID, and one of the many times I had it. Um, and for some reason afterwards, I hardly ever touched Canada Dry before then. And so for some reason afterwards, just I have this craving for Canada Dry. And I've even been trying, I've been trying to stay away. That's why today I'm drinking, pink lemonade. I've been trying to stay away from it because I never really bothered drinking soda. Um, yeah, but for some reason, I don't know what it was about that Canada Dry and COVID, but I'm trying to stay away from it. She don't even buy it anymore, so which is good. Um, but you'll see some of our brothers on here teaching, and they've got strong drink, they've got alcohol, teaching the scriptures while drinking online, and again, the scriptures say abstain from all appearance of evil. To them, it may seem innocent. Maybe that's just that one drink they're going to have for the whole day that they're slowly going to drink while they're teaching class. But to us and to others from, that are on the outside, we're going to be looking at that and going, wait a minute, something wrong here. Are you a drunkard or something? You can't wait until after the Sabbath to, or after you get done teaching to have that drink. Like, are you that addicted to alcohol that you just gotta have a drink while you're teaching? That's that appearance, to everyone on the outside, it could appear to be evil. Um, so that's just a example of what some of our brothers will do. Um, when it comes to fornication, abstain from all appearance of evil. When we're out and about throughout the day, you're seeing society has fallen so far that the way women dress, you can't you can't even turn in any direction without seeing a woman dressed in some skanky, scantily cladded way. All right. So that's where that discipline comes in, that we've got to exercise ourselves to the point to where when we navigate our ways through society, it's to the point to where I'm immune to it. I don't even see it. I'm so busy caught up in doing what I got to do throughout the day. I don't even pay attention to it. And that's where we've got to get ourselves, especially when it comes to fornication, to abstain from all appearance of evil. So let's say Ezra and I are out on the, we're just hanging out and about, or maybe we even just out in the streets teaching. And you see and I'm going to tell you, I've seen it in some of the videos, watching some of these brothers teach out there on the streets. And you got these women walking by in the, barely anything on, and you'll see them following her all the way down the street. Somebody from the outside looking at that is gonna what? That's apparent, that's looks evil to them. Like, wait a minute, I thought these guys say they're supposed to be God's children. We're gonna get to it in a second, but didn't Christ say that he that looketh upon a woman to lust after her has already committed adultery with her already in his heart? Oh man, these dudes is hypocrites. They ain't keeping no commandments. They're full of it. What am I gonna listen to them for? That's why he said abstain from all appearance of evil. And it could be innocent. You know what I mean? They could be actually thinking in their mind, like, man, what's wrong with this girl? Look at what she got on. That's a shame. And just keep looking and looking and watching her walk down the street, like, man, that's a doggone shame, man. What's wrong with our people? They could be thinking out of their mind, but because of somebody else on the outside not knowing what they're thinking, to somebody from the outside, it looks like they're just lusting, just looking and going, man, she look good. All right. Um, you in some, in some Israelite camps, some groups, you hear it, and even in the camp that I was with, they call it the 3 second rule. If you're looking at a sister, you're looking at a woman for more than 3 seconds, then now you lusting after her. Okay. So that 1, 2, 3, that's about how quick, because you could just be talking to somebody and something could capture your attention off to the side and you're like, oh, just go right back to it. That's about how quick the look should be. You know what I mean? You're talking to one of your brothers, you're talking, hanging out, and all of a sudden, a nice looking woman walks by, and the brother goes, in that 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. That's a problem. It's a problem because now you got to wonder, like, man, is this dude battling with lust? Is he all right? Like, what's going on with him? Especially if if the brother's married. Do you understand? So the scripture says, abstain from all appearance of evil. We don't even want people to even think that any of the stuff that we're doing is rotten evil. All right. You don't want to give anybody any reason to speak evil of this truth. But again, unfortunately, we're seeing it every day that um, some of our brothers out here teaching give our enemies so much ammunition to try and use against us. All right. So we got to keep that in mind, especially again when it comes to this topic of fornication. All right. Let me see. Let's go to Sirach 18. Sirach 18, you're going to read verses 30 through 31, 30 and 31.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 18 and verse 30. Go not after thy lust, but refrain thyself from thy appetites. If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughingstock to thine enemies that malign thee,
Malign
malign thee.
Malign. So the scriptures is telling us again, go not after thy lusts. Do not allow yourself to give in to those things that you lust after. Okay. Especially when it comes to fornication. As I was just speaking about, one of our brother having that lustful spirit on them, that when they come around women, a group of beautiful women or scantily clad women or whatever the case may be, and their eyes are just, and especially the ones that even take it a step further, that are constantly chasing women down the street. They're constantly here trying to talk to a woman. They're over there trying to talk to a woman. And again, we were all there, you know what I mean? In high school and things like that, where, oh man, we're going to go to the movies tonight. Like, oh, you got your pen with you, you got your pen. Back then, we didn't have cell phones. So you had to have a pen and some paper with you. You got your pen and paper. See how many numbers you can get? That was, again, that's what society pushes. And that's what we were doing as young men, young women. You go to the bowling alley, go to the roller rink. For myself, I lived 5 minutes away from Six Flags Magic Mountain growing up. So one of my first jobs was working at Six Flags Magic Mountain. At that time, they had a little dance club inside that they called After Hours, and we had season passes. You would get your season pass during the summertime. You'd be hanging out at Magic Mountain and going on rides, and that was the thing we did. You got your pen and paper. See how many numbers you could get today. That's what society was teaching us, to lust after the girls and go after them. At some point, a man's got to grow up. At some point, you got to leave those things behind. Um, Gosh, I can't do. Where's that at? When I was a child, I thought I was a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. You know where that's at?
No, I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick.
Ecclesiastes.
1 Corinthians 13:11. Grab that real quick.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 11. When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
But when I became a man, according to the Bible, I put away childish things. Okay? Because we got to remember, God doesn't consider you a man until you start keeping his commandments. If you're not keeping his commandments, the Lord don't consider you a man. And that's what Christianity is not teaching our people also. So when I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. Again, we were taught these things, that's what we saw. That was to us the natural thing to be doing, to go out, my friends and I, hanging out, like, oh, oh, look at her. Oh, she's go talk to her. No, you go talk. No, that's what young men would do. And they continue to do today. But when I became a man and understood, I put away those childish things. Put away those childish things. And I'm thankful also because it wasn't until I was able to put all that stuff away that the Lord blessed me with my wife. Before then, I wasn't ready to get married. I was in no position to be married to anybody. Not understanding and especially, not having any form of understanding of the scriptures, number one. Okay. But we all have to grow up at some point. We all got to put away those childish things, put away those youthful lusts, and follow after righteousness, especially you Israelites, you so called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We have to understand what it is that is plaguing us, what it is that is bothering us or holding us back, and be willing to change, be willing to put those things away. All right. So again, when I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. And that's what we're trying to teach, especially our young men. Put those childish things away because they lead nowhere. They lead nowhere. Seriously. My wife sometimes don't understand when I tell her, like, man, I wish I went to the same school with you. I wish I knew you when I was back in high school and could have met you back then and not had to deal with none of the foolishness that I dealt with from high school on until we met. You know what I mean? But looking at it, the Lord didn't, he wanted to wait till I was ready. He knew I wasn't ready. But if it were up to me and was able to go back and do it again, I would pray that I would have been blessed enough to have met her way back then and never would have had to deal with nobody else. But unfortunately, things don't work out that way. Okay. So we've got to keep that in mind, especially when we're teaching our people. Okay. So going back to Sirach 18. Sirach 18 and 30 through 31, go not after thy lusts, but refrain thyself from thine appetites. Refrain, restrain, all these words mean the same thing. You got to have the discipline to keep yourself from falling into these temptations. That D word, discipline, discipline, discipline. You got to be strong enough to walk away from those things that you know are going to lead you to committing any kind of evil. Verse 31, if thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee. And again, that's where, what we're talking about, especially when the scriptures is telling us that abstain from all appearance of evil. because you don't want to give our enemies any ammunition to be able to use against you or us as a nation as a whole, to be able to make us look bad or to embarrass us, to put us to shame in any way. All right. If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee. All right. Let's go stay in Sirach. Let's go to Sirach 23. And you're going to read verses 4 through 6.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23 and verse 4. O Lord, Father, God of my life, give me not a proud look, but turn away from thy servants always a haughty mind. Turn away from me vain hopes and concupiscence, and thou shalt hold him up that is the desirous always to serve thee. Let not let not the greediness of the belly, not lust of the flesh, take hold of me, and give not over me thy servants into an impudent mind.
All right.
How far?
So again, he says, "Oh Lord, Father and God of my life, give me not a proud look," because we know the Lord hates pride, "but turn away from thy servants always a haughty mind. Turn away from me vain hopes and concupiscence, and thou shalt hold him up that is desirous always to serve thee. Let not the greediness of the belly is talking about the greediness of the mind." Remember, sometimes when the scriptures are talking about the belly, it's talking about the mind. It's not always the heart. Sometimes when it's talking about the heart, it's talking about the mind. And it's also the same for when you see the word belly, it's sometimes talking about the mind. Okay. Let not the greediness of the belly nor lust of the flesh take hold of me, and give not me over, or not over me thy servant into an imputed mind. All right. So we all got to keep that in mind as we begin this walk. All right. And you're going to see as we go through, there are many of these words that you're seeing, like haughty, concupiscence, lust of the flesh, impudent. Many of these words that you're reading that our people don't really have a grasp of. We're going to go through and look up the definitions. We're going to give you a clear understanding of what these words are talking about when he's saying, turn away from thy servants always a haughty mind. Like, what does it mean to have a haughty mind? We're going to look it up in a minute. When it comes to dealing with the word lust, what exactly is lust? What is concupiscence? What is lust of the flesh? What is the word impudent? What does that mean? All right. And there's many others. Okay. Let's go to Proverbs 6 and 20. Proverbs 6 and 20, you're going to read through 26.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 20. My son, keep thy father's commandment and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them continually up on, hold on, bind them continually up on the heart and tie them about thy neck. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. When thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and the reproof of instructions are the way of life. To keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Lust not after her beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. For by means of a whorish woman, a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulteress will hunt for the precious life.
All right. And we see these things happening in today's society. All right. That our young men, just as we were when we were growing up, it's even worse for them. how much they're being pushed into this life of lust and life of sin, chasing after, every woman that comes around, every girl, every woman that, is walking by them in a short, skimpy miniskirt, tight booty shorts, little halter tops, all of this that these young men are being taught that, if you want it, go get it. Okay. Um, they're not being taught the scriptures to refrain themselves, to restrain themselves, to abstain from going after these types of women. And that's what it says. The commandment is a lamp and the law is light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life. What is the purpose of the commandments and the law? To keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. And then we're warned, lust not after her beauty in thine heart. Remember, we just read a second ago in Sirach, um, no, not Sirach. Yeah, Sirach 18. Go not after thy lusts, but refrain thyself from thine appetites. If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee. And that's the thing that we see happening over and over. Look at these athletes, look at these movie stars, and they're constantly chasing after women, chasing after women, chasing after women. And the next thing they know, these men are on TV looking stupid. They're on the internet looking stupid because here it is again. Another woman is leaving them and taking them for some money. Or you find out they've got, actually, in fact, before we started the class, I was watching a video about Adrian Broner. Got 10 kids, 10 different kids,
Oh
bunch
no.
of different baby mamas. Yeah. And, and talking about, how he's broke now. Like, you made all that money boxing, and now you're on the internet, you're on TV looking foolish because you spent all your money up chasing after these women. As it says, lust not after her beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. For by means of a whorish woman, a man is brought to a piece of bread. You're seeing it. What's the other one? Clay Thompson, he was actually smart enough to get away from Megan the Stallion. Like, what would you want with somebody like her to begin with? When the whole world knows that this woman has been used and abused by every rapper, athlete, and whoever else that you could even think of. Why would you even take a look at a woman like that? But again, that's what society has taught these men from the time they were youths. And basically they've got that spirit of lust on them, running after these women. And in the end, they become a laughing stock. As it says in Sirach 18:31, if thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee. So, like Adrian Broner, you know how his attitude was when he was boxing. A lot of people hated him, couldn't stand him because he was so arrogant. And now they're all laughing at him. Like, see, I told you, look at him now. Running around talking about it's about billions. He was one of the main ones talking about being a billionaire. It's about billions. And they're showing the video now where he was on a podcast or something and was trying to quietly ask one of the cameramen if he could order him an Uber because he didn't have money to get an Uber.
Hmm.
And now they're online making fun of him. And we're using that as an example to show you this is exactly what the scriptures is talking about. You allow yourself to get to enjoy the lust that you lust after, that you long for, that you desire. You give your body, your mind, give yourself the desires that you want. And as the Lord just told us, it's going to make you a laughing stock. People are going to, because I know as soon as I read it, because I was like, I knew that was going to happen to him. I didn't want to see it happen to him, but looking at the way he lived his life and the way he treated people, the way he acted, and he still hasn't learned his lesson yet. And now look at him. And he's not the only one. There's a lot of them. The majority of them. All right. Giving in to their lusts, not wanting to hear nothing about the commandments of the Lord. And now look at where they are. The scriptures are coming to life when you read them. For the commandment is a lamp and the law is light. Reproofs of instruction are the way of life, to keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Mike Tyson, could have used that back in the day when he got involved with Robin Givens. You could go on and on. Look at Eddie Murphy. Back in the day, Eddie Murphy was the main one telling men, better get that prenup, better not get married. What was he did a show back in the day. It was Raw, where he was talking about don't get married, better get a prenup, stay away from these women. They're gonna take half of what you got. Half. He was making jokes about it. Unfortunately, he didn't take his own advice, because he's got multiple kids with multiple baby mamas, even though he still has enough wealth that he could take care of them. He was one of the few that was actually able to prolong his career to where he's made enough money to where he doesn't, he's not struggling. But again, still makes him a laughing stock. Because growing up watching Eddie Murphy, I never even knew he had kids until they were grown. It's like, Eddie Murphy got kids? Like, oh, okay, like where all these kids come from? The only thing I remember is the story about him being, I believe, like in Hollywood or something like that, and getting caught picking up a transvestite. Back was that in the 90s or something like that? But again, going after their lust makes them a laughing stock. The whole world knew it. Eddie Murphy caught picking up a she-male. It was everywhere, all over the news. But now you look back and you're starting to see the stories about all of these dudes that were in the rap industry, the music industry, the acting industry, the Will Smiths and all of these guys that secretly behind closed doors were running around, sleeping, messing around with each other, caught up in all kinds of homosexuality. But it's only now that everybody's got to be accepting of the LGBTQ lifestyle. When the truth is coming out about all these people, nobody's thinking anything of it, because now it's just, that's everybody's attitude. That's what they want. That's what they like. And then you wonder why you have your Tyrese's online crying in tears. These people go into this industry and they come out broken spirits. Because this industry is taking them in, it's eating them up, it's chewing them up and spitting them out in droves. You could go down the list of names of all of these men that were caught up in the industry, whether it was the music industry, movie industry, the TV industry, whichever one, it doesn't matter. All of them. I can't say all, the majority of them, what we're finding out and seeing, was caught up in this lifestyle, given into their lust. And now you see a bunch of broken men that are confused. And People are wondering why their wives don't have any respect for them, wondering why their wives talk about them, treat them the way they do, and end up leaving them because these women get involved with these men and quickly start finding out that these men are broken. Your Ray J's, your Will Smiths, Tyrese, um, Bow Wow, Usher, what's his name? The Edomite one, Justin
Eminem.
Bieber. You go on and on down the list and see how these men are broke. They become a laughing stock. Why is that? Because they gave into their lust. They wanted to become famous so bad that they were willing to do anything and everything in order to make it. And now here they are, old men with broken spirits. They can be healed. They can repent. The question is do they want to? Because the Lord's word is for them. All right. Now, Justin Bieber, on the other hand, I don't know about, but all the other ones, the other brothers that I named, yeah, they can be healed. They just got to want the medicine. They've got to desire the medicine. They've got to want to change. They got to want it. All right. But again, for the commandment is a lamp and the law is light, reproofs of instruction are the way of life, to keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Lust not after her beauty in thine heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids, for by means of a whorish woman a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulteress will hunt for the precious life. Isn't that what this society is all about with these girls nowadays? They want somebody that's going to take care of them. That's all they're talking about now. These women are quitting they find a man that's got money. These women are quitting their jobs. They're looking for a man that's going to buy them the Benz. They're looking for the man that's going to buy them the Prada, the Dolce and Gabbana, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton. That's what it's talking about. And the adulteress will hunt for the precious life. They're looking for that man that's going to be able to give them those precious things of life. In other words, those materialistic things. That's what she's hunting for. That's what they're hunting for. And the Lord is telling us that the commandment and the law is the thing that's going to enlighten these men for them to not fall prey to it. All right. And one more thing, especially when you look at a lot of these men, and I was guilty of it when I was younger, of going after these women that are not Israelites. Remember, the Lord told us that if we go after these women, they're going to become what? A snare and a trap to us for going after these women. Let me find that real quick. Is that Joshua? Is that Joshua 18 or Joshua 12? Hold on. See if I can find that. Um, just give me a second. Hmm. Uh, Boy, I can't remember where this is at. Let me go to Joshua real quick. Is that Joshua? Joshua 12? No, 18. Somebody help me out here. If we in any wise go after, these women, let me see.
No.
You can't find it either.
No.
I can't understand. Like, what is, man, where is it at? Is it Joshua 24? To serve, demonstrating gravity. Oh my gosh, where is that at? Jericho. Let me try this. Let me go to Deuteronomy 7. I shall not make marriages with them. I knew that would do it. All right, here we go. It's Joshua 23 and 12 through 13.
23. 12 to 13.
Yeah. See, that's what I say with this program. Sometimes a lot of the precepts they actually got real good on here. So I went to Deuteronomy 7 and clicked on, where it's telling us not to make marriages with the other nations, and these other precepts pop up. So yeah, this program is real good at that. Started verse 11.
Okay, the book of Joshua, chapter 23 and verse 11. Take good heed, therefore, unto yourself, that ye love the Lord your God. Else, if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them and go in unto them, and they to you, know for a certainty that the Lord your God will not more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land which the Lord your God had given you.
So
And
he
be
told us, no, just up to 13. So
Mhm.
he told us that if we went and made marriages with any of these nations that were round about us, that they were going to become snares and traps to us. And again, when you look at what's going on in society, especially with our men chasing after these women, and who was that? The coach from Michigan University, who was the football coach. He took over after what's his name? Is it Jeff Harbaugh? They used to be the coach of the 49ers. His brother's John. That was the coach of the Ravens. Is his name Jeff Harbaugh? Jeff and John?
Mhm.
They're two brothers. But Harbaugh, Coach Harbaugh, the brother took over after Harbaugh left, and just threw his whole career away because he was already married to an Edomite woman and started cheating on her with some Edomite, um, one of his assistants or something. Got her pregnant. She supposedly had an abortion or something, and he when she decided she was going to tell on him and, open up, and she was basically threatening him. She was um sounds more like she was trying to extort him, that he, went off the deep end and showed up at her apartment, threatening to commit suicide and all kinds of stupid stuff, and got himself arrested. Lost his job. Now he's no longer the coach of Michigan. And, again, this is one of those things that the Lord was warning our people about, especially our men. Chasing after these women, going after your lusts, is what's going to make you a laughing stock, because he thought he had it going on. He was the coach of Michigan. Michigan is a powerhouse football team. They had just won a national championship under Harbaugh. The next Harbaugh came to the NFL, left him there to take over. He took over the program. They were still winning. And and honestly, with them coaching them, they were on track, maybe to end up winning another national championship, from what I understand. And he threw it all away because he could not refrain from his lust. And that's what I'm saying. You don't even have to take that much time to even think about it. There's so many stories that you see in the news that you read the scriptures and just pop in your head like that. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that just happened to so and so. Yeah, that just happened to this person. Yeah, the scriptures is correct. Yeah, they become a snare and a trap to our men. Yeah, they're out here looking for the precious life. These women are actively out here seeking these men so that they could get taken care of. And you're seeing it more and more. Look at how many videos you're seeing popping up on YouTube about women going out with men just so they could get a free meal, just so they could get free drinks at a bar, going out on a date with the man, bringing their best friends along on the date with them, just so they can get a free meal for them and their friends, and they really don't care about trying to get to know the man. Basically, to just use him so that they can have a free night out. You're seeing this stuff happens, that these women are really out here looking for the precious life. There was one of these so-called influencers out there that was actively trying to teach women that, hey, you know what? You get yourself one of these athletes. You get pregnant by him, and you got you a ATM for 18 years. That's basically the attitude now. You connect yourself with one of these athletes, and why? And they mainly target the athletes. Why? Because they think these men are stupid. They think these men are dumb. And they know when it comes to chasing after women, these men got no discipline. They become very, very easy targets. And these women know it. You get one of these athletes, you get pregnant by him, and you've got yourself an ATM for 18 years. You go be taken care of, girl. That's what they're telling each other. But as he told us, Joshua 23, to take good heed, therefore, unto yourself that you love the Lord your God. Else, if you do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in unto them, and they to you, know for a certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land which the Lord your God hath given you. And that happened to our forefathers. They got kicked out the land because they did not want to stop messing around with these other women. Look at King Solomon. Look at what he was doing. If Solomon was that bad, imagine what his subjects was doing. Solomon had 1,000 different women, messing with all from women from almost every nation. So if the king was that bad, what do you think his subjects was doing? Just like today, nothing's changed. Our men are still out here actively chasing after the women of these other nations. And now a lot of the women are starting to do the same thing. And you're seeing these stories coming out of some of our sisters that are out here chasing after Esau and some of these men from these other nations and ending up unalive. There's a story going on right now where had I forgot to be changing the things on here?
I think so.
Oh man, hold on.
Mhm.
So we went to First Peter 2:11. We went to Romans 13:14, 2 Timothy 2:22, First Thessalonians, Sirach, and we were at Sirach 23 last, right? Before we
Mhm.
started going over here.
Mhm.
No, we were at Proverbs 6 and 20 through 26. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But again, we have to refrain. We've got to teach our people restraint, especially our men, because the scriptures have warned us and is continue to warn us that it's the women that is the cause of the downfall of the society, especially when it comes to um, fornication, adultery, and things like that. And again, it's not just me saying, I'm going to show you the scriptures that actually show us and teach us that. All right. Um, so let's go back to Proverbs 6. Proverbs 6 and 20. And let's go ahead and read through it one more time.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 20. My son, keep thy father's commandments and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them continually up on thine heart and tie them about thy neck. When thou goest, it shall lead thee. When thou sleepest, it shall keep thee. And when thou awakest, it shall lack with thee. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and reproof of instructions are the way of life. To keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Lust not after her beauty in thy heart, neither let her take thee with her eyelids. For by means of a whorish woman, a man is brought to a piece of bread, and the adulterers will hunt for the precious life.
All right. Let's look up some of these words because in these were just opening scriptures that we're going through right now for this lesson. And these opening scriptures we've been going through, we've been hearing a lot of different words like lust, desires, haughty, concupiscence, impudent. And a lot of these words our people don't know the definitions to. Some of them they never even heard of them. Because I know I had never heard the word concupiscence until I read it in the scriptures. Never heard of it. Like, what is concupiscence? What's that? Took me long enough to actually even be able to pronounce it. Because I'm looking at it going, what is that? Concupa pi stallions? Like, what is that? So it took a while to actually even figure out how to pronounce it. All right. So let's first start off with the word lust. Let me stop sharing. Share screen. So bear with us. We're going to be looking up quite a few definitions right now. So the word lust. Can you see it?
Yes.
Word lust. Very strong sexual desire. Similar words, synonyms of the word lustfulness, ardor, desire. You've heard us say that word, desire, passion, libido, sex drive. What about Merriam-Webster? Lust as a noun, usually intense or unbridled sexual desire, lasciviousness. You hear this word a lot in, in the scriptures, along with concupiscence. You see the word lasciviousness a lot. An intense longing, craving. Craving is the same thing as desire. Enthusiasm, eagerness, pleasure, delight, wish, a personal inclination. Lust as a verb, to have an intense desire or need. And so that's what ends up happening. You have some of our people out here, they have a very intense or very intense desire or need, or they crave sexual gratification. Okay. And the scriptures not being taught to our people is what's going to give our people the medicine in order to get over these lusts, to get over this lust of the flesh, this lust of the spirit. Let's go to desire. Let me see. The word desire. Desire. Did it turn off?
Yes.
Yeah, sure did. Let me do this again. All right. The word desire. A strong feeling of wanting to have something or wishing for something to happen. All right. Similar words, synonyms: wish, want, fancy, inclination, aspiration, impulse. And that's what happens. Again, it goes back to childhood and what the kids are being taught from the time of elementary school, to have this desire, to have this wish, this want, this fancy, this inclination, this aspiration, this impulse to want to lust after or look at the members of the opposite sex. It's going on even, and you got to remember, even back in the day during the times of Rome and Greece, they were already pushing this stuff on the kids. All right. Um, the gym, you go back and you read the scriptures about the sports, the working out, the gym. We did a whole class on that, where the whole thing about the gym was basically going out, working out in the nude. Okay. Go and look up the history of this stuff. Okay. And this is the same stuff that's still being pushed on the kids today. You read about it in the scripture that back then, during the time of the Greeks, they were pushing this exercise and fitness and sports onto the kids back then. And it's the same thing today in society, that all of this is being pushed on the young boys, the young girls at a young age. Um, you go to, you see these sporting events of these young kids, uh, like gymnastics, volleyball, even the girls' softball uniforms today. It's almost like every uniform that they've given to the girls in their sports now, the basketball uniforms are all some kind of tight form-fitting uniforms in order to show off the curves and shapes of their body. All right. The cheerleading, all of it is to try and cause men to lust after these girls, lust after these women. Okay, that's the whole premise behind it, especially the cheerleading. All right. And unfortunately, these girls have no shame at all. All right, we're going to look at Merriam-Webster. Desire, desiring, as a transitive verb, to long or hope for, exhibit, or feel desire for, to want to have sex with someone, to express a wish for, request, to express a wish to, invite, to feel the loss of, to have or feel desire, a conscious impulse. That one right there, that's heavy. A conscious impulse towards something that promises enjoyment or satisfaction in its attainment. And that's exactly when it comes to sexual desire, it is a conscious impulse. That's a actually very clear and concise definition. All right. Longing, craving, sexual urge or appetite, something longed or hoped for, something desired, a usually formal request or petition for some action. All right. Um, let's go back. Let's look up the word concupiscence. Concupiscence. All right. Concupiscence. Strong sexual desire, lust. What are the synonyms? Lust, lustfulness, ardor, desire, passion, libido. So you can see that a lot of these words basically mean the same thing. Let's go to the Merriam-Webster. Concupiscence, strong desires, especially sexual desires. So it's the same thing. So when you read in the scriptures about, especially when it comes to what's called evil concupiscence, all right, that's talking about those strong sexual desires that get into an evil nature, that like some of the sexual desires you read about in Leviticus 18. All right. So we've got to warn our people about this stuff, about these things. So let's stop sharing. Let's go back. All right.
All right.
Let's go to back to Sirach. And we're going to go to chapter 25 and verse 21.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 and verse 21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure.
All right. So it's very clear: stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. So you can see all throughout the scriptures, we as men are being warned about having these desires, about having this lustful eye towards women. All right. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. The Lord expects us to be looking at these women and desiring these women, or not women, but a woman for a wife. Okay. The desire you should be having towards the woman that you're looking for is for a wife, for a partnership, for a helpmeet. All right. But unfortunately, in society today, young boys and men are taught to search for that woman that fulfills your sexual desires. And even for the women now, it's the same thing. The women are starting to get worse than the men when it's coming to chasing after and giving into, their sexual desires and giving into fornication. We're gonna get there. We're gonna show you how far it's, things have fallen in society. And it again starts again with the men not having the discipline to turn away from their lusts when it comes to dealing with these women. Because the first thing they see is the beauty, the eyelids, They got the long hair flowing down, which is mostly fake in a lot of, especially with our women. Um, Usually a hair weave. They got the fake eyelashes on. They're looking at the BBL, the big booty, and that's all they see. They have no desire. Making this woman a wife is like the last thing on their minds when they're looking and desiring these women. All right. It's all for pleasure. Okay. And we're being warned about that. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. Um, we're warned about this. Okay. Because we have to remember, we have to understand that our desires, I don't want to say some of the time, most of the time, our desire begins with what our eyes see. And the scriptures talks about that, just like we're seeing now. We're not to stumble at the beauty of a woman because the Lord understands that our desires, our cravings usually begin with what we see. All right. Let's say you see I don't know, lemon meringue pie just popped in my head. You see it, and now you're looking at it like, man, it looks good. Now you're starting to crave it. It smells good. Now, it's just starting to hit you. Like, you know what, your stomach's starting to growl a little bit. Like, man, that pie look good. You know what, let me get a piece. So it not all the time, because we got to remember sin also starts in the mind. Okay. But a lot of our desires, a lot of our cravings begin with the eyes. Okay. Such as, let's go to First John, the book of First John, chapter 2. You're going to read verses 15 through 16. Man, have I been forgetting to
16. The book of First John,
what a First
chapter.
John, right? 2:15. Did
Mhm.
I put on the Sirach 25:21?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do, and I clicked on the wrong one. So we just got done with Sirach 25:21. Now we're going to First John 2:15 through 16.
The book of First John, chapter 2 and verse 15. Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of the life is not of the Father, but is of the world.
All right. So it tells us, love not the world. You've been hearing us talk about the world, the things that are going on in the world, the things that are going on in society. And the scriptures are warning us about this. You know what I mean? Because a lot of our people, they have a love for the things that are going on within this world. Okay. And the scriptures is telling us to not love the world. All right. To love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, we've heard this already, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. Because that's where a lot of these sins, especially sins like fornication, begin with the lust of the eyes, begins with the lust of the flesh, the lust that you have within you, within your mind. All right. Begins in your mind, begins with your eyes. And we're being warned about this. And we're being told that this is not of the Father. All right. It's of the world. These desires, this lust. Let's go to Matthew 5 and 27 through 28. Yeah, what it is that usually on the screen I have things set up to where I can look, and I've decided to change it today because I wanted, to see if I could try another way that makes it easier, what I thought, to be able to look up stuff and have, you know what I mean, the windows next to each other in a different way, and it's throwing me off.
Oh,
So Matthew
5:27.
5:27 through 28.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 27. You have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her had committed adultery with her already in his heart.
As Christ says out of his own mouth, red letters, but I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Going along with what we just read in Sirach 25:21, stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. Christ is still teaching the exact same thing. We should not be looking at any of these women and desiring to be with them in any sexual way, shape, or form. Shouldn't be doing it. That's the scriptures teaching us this. And the thing is, again, we've got to teach our young men to have the discipline to carry this out. That when you are in the midst, especially now, because again, it's really hard now for these young men, because everywhere they turn, especially these young boys at school, it's bad enough that they got to worry about the girls at school dressed like that. The problem is you got some of the teachers showing up to school dressed like this, trying to impress these young, these young boys. And we're going to get to that in a second, showing how many of these teachers, especially these female teachers, are messing around with these young boys in the schools nowadays. Every year, throughout the school year, there's at least 100 teachers a year getting arrested for having some kind of sexual relationship with an athlete or a student at their school. And I'm not exaggerating. For what the past 10, 15 years has been going on, there's almost at least 100 every single year throughout the country. No exaggeration, of these teachers that are getting caught. That's how bad it's gotten. All right. So Christ said, "What I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after hath committed adultery with her already in his heart." All right. Let's go to First Thessalonians chapter 4, and again read verses 1 through 5.
The book of First Thessalonians, chapter 4 and verse 1. Furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as ye have received of us how ye ought to walk and to please God, so you would abound more and more. For ye know what commandments we gave you by the Lord Jesus. For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornication, that every one of you should know how to possess his vessel in sanctification and honor.
Verse 5 also.
Oh, oh, I'm sorry, I stopped at 4. Not in the lust of concupiscence, even as the Gentiles which know not God.
All right. So there's that word that we are just talking about again, concupiscence. Okay. So he's telling us, as he first states in verse 1, furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as you have received of us, how you ought to walk and to please God, because that's the same thing that we're doing, is the same thing that the apostles were doing. We're trying to show you, we're trying to teach you how you ought to walk in order to please God. We're trying to teach you how you should be behaving yourself. That's what that means when it says how you ought to walk. Another way to stress it or to say it is we're trying to show you how to behave yourself in order to please God. All right. And as he says, so you would abound more and more. So that way you could become closer to the Father, closer and closer to him. Okay. Verse 2 says, for ye know what commandments we gave you by the Lord Jesus. You know what commandments we're giving you, because we're giving them to you by the Lord Jesus, just as they did, right out of the scriptures. We're reading it to you. So you know what commandments we're giving you. It's not our commandments. I didn't make this up. We didn't write the book. Okay. Verse 3, for this is the will of God, even your sanctification. This is the will of God for you Israelites. All right. This is your sanctification. This is what's going to cleanse you. This is what's going to heal you. This is what's going to bring you to everlasting life. That you should abstain from fornication. There's that word again, abstain. We read or abstain from your fleshly lusts. Abstain from fornication. He goes on to say that every one of you should know how to possess his vessel in sanctification and honor. And we're telling you the same thing. You should know already how to control yourself, is basically what he's saying. Knowing how to possess your vessel is basically saying you should know already how to control yourself. You should be able to control your mind, control your body, control your actions. You should already know how to do that. Why? Because if you've been following the lessons that we've been doing over the past couple of years, few years we've been on here or so, you know what commandments we've been teaching. You know what we've been going over in these lessons. You should know how to carry yourself in sanctification and honor. In honor. And as he says, not in the lust of concupiscence. Because when you are allowing yourself to get caught up in that lust of concupiscence, that's where fornication and adultery and all these other sexual urges and sins come into play. Even as the Gentiles which know not God. All right. Let's go to the book of Tobit. Because Tobit's father told him the same thing that we're showing you out of the scriptures. Warning him to beware of these women. And don't be trying to go after these women for lust. Go ahead.
The book of Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 12. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to wife which is not of thy father's tribe, for we are the children of the people.
So the prophet.
Noah, we're the children of the prophets. Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son, that our father from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kind, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
So Tobit was told by his father straightforward, beware of all whoredom, my son. How many, well, it's sad to say because the majority of our young men today don't even have a father in the house. So there is no man in the house to sit the young man down and tell him, you know what, son, beware of all whoredom. Beware of letting yourself get caught up with a bunch of women and with all these women. Beware of that, son. And then he goes on to warn him, the same warning we read out of Joshua. Because Tobit understood the scriptures, that if we allow our children, we allow ourselves to get caught up and involved in marriages and relationships with the women of these other nations, he knew what the ramifications were. He knew what was to happen if we did that, because the Lord warned us about it. And many of our forefathers chose to ignore it, even when they knew better, because they knew the scriptures. They had no excuse to say they didn't know. They knew. Like Solomon. Solomon had no excuse. King David had no excuse because they knew the scriptures. They knew already. They knew better. All right. For us in this generation now, we didn't know better because we weren't properly taught the scriptures. Now that we know the scriptures and we're properly teaching our people, now we ought to know better. As we just read, you should know how to walk because we showed you out of what you should know what commandments we were teaching you. All right. Let's stay in Tobit and go to chapter 8. You're going to read verses 1 through 7.
The book of Tobit, chapter 8 and verse 1. And when they had supped, they brought Tobias in unto her. And as he went, he remembered the words of Raphael, and took the ashes of the perfume, and put the heart and the liver and the fish thereupon, and made a smoke therewith, the which smell when the evil spirit has smelled, he fled into the utmost part of Egypt, and the angel brought him. And after that, they were both shut into together. Tobias rose out of the bed and said, Sister, arise and let us pray that God will have pity on us. Then began Tobias to say, Blessed art thou, O God of our fathers, and blessed is thy holy and glorious name forever. Let the vessel bless thee and all thy creature and all our creatures. Thou madest Adam and gavest him Eve his wife for an helper, and stayed of them came mankind. Thou hast said, It is not good that man should be alone. Let us make unto him an aid like unto himself. And now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly, therefore mercifully ordain that we may become aged together.
All right. So this is what was going on because Tobias was getting married. They were going into the marriage chamber, and they, before they consummated the marriage, he said, "Let's pray," and he began to pray. And part of his prayer was making an acknowledgement, saying, "And now, O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly. Therefore, mercifully ordain that we may become aged together," showing and proving that when he decided to get married, he decided to get married for the right reasons. It wasn't for lust. And that's the problem with society today, that people are getting married based upon their lusts and not getting married based upon the scriptures. Okay, and that's why these marriages are failing, because it's all about lust, and at some point that lust is going to die, because people are going to want to desire more and more and more and something different, because that's what they've been brought up in the society. Think about that. These young girls, from the time they are in elementary school, it's become normal for them, the thrill of the chase. This week they like this boy, next week they like that boy, 2 weeks later they like another boy. They get to high school, it's the same thing. This week they have this boyfriend, next week they have a different boyfriend, next month they got a different guy, next year it's a different guy or guys. Okay, and then they think that all of a sudden they get to college and now these women, they finally got freedom from their parents, and now they're going all these sorority and what do you call fraternity and sorority parties. going to the club. Now they've got freedom. They're going out drinking, partying, hooking up with all kinds of different men. And then all of a sudden think that they're just going to be able to turn it off like a light switch and get married. And now they're going to play the good old wholesome wife. They can fake it for a while, but at some point, reality is going to hit. And that's what you see going on in society today, that all of a sudden these women are turning around and they're unfulfilled. Their husband is not fulfilling them. They're unhappy. And in most cases, they don't even know what they're unhappy about. Like, like what are they unhappy about? Just unhappy. You're too boring. Because they I need some excitement. They suddenly need somebody that's exciting. What they're really saying is they want to go back to being that young girl that they were back in high school and college, where the guy took them to the high school dance. He took them to the winter formal. It was exciting. He took them to the prom. They want to keep reliving these moments over and over and over again. And as soon as the husband falls into the routine, we're married. We got to go to work. We got to get the kids to school. We got responsibilities. Don't have time to be going out every weekend, every day, going dancing and having a good time and, like did when they were younger. But somehow, some way, these women have it in their minds that they're owed this. They're owed a life of excitement. He's not exciting enough. And then next thing you know, they're running off with some other dude because they've met another immature idiot like them that still is wanting to be out there doing the same thing. And they're blowing up their marriages because they want to go chase after their lusts until they become a laughing stock when they find out that either the dude's married already, she's the other woman, or it's the other way around. He becomes the other man, or he ends up finding out he was the other man. But that's what's going on in this society. All right. People are getting married now because they even really want to be married. A lot of these women are getting married because they're addicted to the concept of marriage, all the fun things that come along with being married, getting the dress, being able to send out the cards, the invitations to all the family members, being able to go online and, show everybody their engagement ring and we're engaged now. I'm getting married. So all, they could show off to all their friends, having a nice, big, expensive wedding, hundreds of people, good food, the dancing, all of that stuff, until all of that is done and reality hits. Now they got to get to real life. Now they've got to actually become a real wife and take care of a household, cook, clean, make sure the kids are taken care of, even ensuring that their husband is taken care of. That's what the scriptures teach. But you hear these women, I ain't taking care of no grown man. You better go in there and cook for yourself. I ain't cooking for you. Like you see these videos, these husbands coming home from work, and they're like, "Oh, you guys ate already?" Like, "Yeah, we ate already." Like, "Oh, you make anything for me?" Like, "No." Like, "You didn't make me any dinner?" Like, "No." "I'm gonna cook for you for." Like, you guys ate? Like, "Yeah, I cooked for my kids. But I ain't cooking for no grown. I ain't cooking for no grown man." You see these videos popping up, and it's only in this time of social media that we're actually being allowed to see this stuff happening. because people are recording it and putting it up for everybody to see, which on one hand is kind of good, because when he leaves this woman, it lets the next man be able to see that video and go, oh, I see it, what she's working. At least I see what she's about. I'm not dealing with that. Yeah, I don't want to have nothing to do with her. All right. So again, even Tobias was being warned by his father to stay away from all whoredom, be aware of all whoredom. He also was acknowledging that he was getting married to this sister, that he was taking her not for lust, but that they could become aged together. In other words, they could grow old together, have a real marriage, grow old, have a family, retire together, get buried next to one another. You know what I mean? That's what he was looking for. But in today's society, people are not looking for that. All right. Um, let's look up that word whoredom real quick, because again, that's another one of those words that triggers, as I spoke about last week when I was talking about watching a video from one of the camps, and they brought out one of the scriptures that talks about whoredom, and the women went crazy, went nuts on them. So let me go back again, stop. So whoredom means prostitution or promiscuous sexual activity. All right. Prostitution or promiscuous sexual activity. So Tobit was warning his son Tobias, beware of all whoredom, son. Telling him, watch out for those prostitutes out there, and don't be out there being promiscuous, son. Find you one woman, find you a wife. And if you find one, make sure she's of your seed. She's of your people, not of one of these other nations. All right, let's look at Merriam-Webster, see what they got to say. Whoredom as a noun, somewhat old-fashioned, disparaging, offensive. You see what they try and do? That's why these women are getting offended, because they're being told the very definition of whoredom is be telling them that, oh, it's offensive, it's old-fashioned. But it says the practice of having sexual intercourse as or with a sex worker, sex work. Practices or pursuits that are unworthy, debasing, unseemly, or false. All right. So we need to teach our young men to stay away from whoredom. All right. Let me go back to here again. All right. So let's go to Sirach 41 and 17.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 41 and verse 17. Be ashamed of whoredom before father and mother, and of a lie before a prince and a mighty man.
All right. This is one of the biggest problems with society today, is that these young girls are not being taught to be shamefaced. They're not being taught that it should be shameful for them to be walking around dress the way that they are dressed nowadays. All right. The scripture says, be ashamed of whoredom before father and mother. These kids are supposed to feel ashamed to come walking out their room, walking through the house to go to school, walk by their mother and father, grab their books, grab their lunch, walk out the door, and go to school. They're supposed to feel ashamed to do that. The parent's job is to make them feel ashamed. That when they come, that when one of these girls come walking into the kitchen, everybody's, getting their things gathered together, getting ready to leave for the day, go to work, go to school. That the father back in the day was like, oh, wait a minute, what you got on? Where'd you get that from? You ain't going to school dressed like that. You better get in there and take that makeup off. You better get in there and put some pants, some underpants under that skirt. In fact, go put on a longer skirt while you at it. Go take that off. That's the job of the father. That's what he's supposed to be doing. The girls are supposed to be ashamed to come walking out the room looking like that, especially in front of their father. That's how it was back in the day. The girls understood, like, no, I better not go. My dad sees me wearing makeup. It's over with. I'm done. But now you see these weak men with their daughters, and the daughters are walking with their fathers dressed in little skimpy shorts, halter tops, little Daisy Dukes, little short mini skirts. And I'll be wondering, like, how in the world is this man letting his daughter walk out the house looking like this? Why? Because the man is scared to say anything to the daughter because he knows he's going to have to deal with what the mother's going to say. Because in every one of those instances, I'm sure the mother comes at the father in some way saying, you don't need to come after her like that. Leave her alone. She can dress how she wants to dress. This is how the girls dress today. And the fathers just sit back and be like, okay, I'm not saying nothing. And so now you see these men walking, especially when the mother is even there. See the mother and the daughter both dressed together, walking with their heads up. And then you got the father in the background with his shoulders slumped over, just walking in the background looking. That's because these girls have no shame at all. As it says, be ashamed of whoredom before father and mother. You should be ashamed to walk out your room, walk past your mother and father wearing some of the clothes that these girls are wearing. All right. So, as I said before, we have to keep in mind that the beginning of the downfall of a nation begins with the women. All right. And it starts all the way back again when these young girls are in elementary school. All right. When, especially, we're going to read it. You're going to see when these young girls, these women are given too much liberty, what happens? They become loose. They become loose. They become promiscuous. And what happens? The men follow right behind them. Okay. And that's not just us talking. We're going to show you through the scriptures. That's exactly what the scriptures teach. Because you're going to have people saying, oh, they're being misogynistic and, all kinds of stuff like that. No, this is what the Lord says. This is what the Bible says. This is what the Bible is teaching. All right. We didn't make up the word whoredom, but it's right here in the scriptures. Okay. Let's go to Proverbs 23. And you're going to read verses 26 through 28.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 23 and verse 26. My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a tongue woman,
A strange woman.
yeah, and a strange woman is a narrow spit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressions among men.
And increaseth the transgressors among men, going exactly to what I just said a second ago. That the beginning of the downfall of a nation begins with the women. You give them too much liberty, you give them too much freedom, they become loose, they become promiscuous. And what ends up happening? The men follow along. And that's what it's talking about. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men. Because this one woman can cause several, not just one, several men to fall. Several. And you see that happening today. That look at this Karuchi Tran, whatever this girl is that Deion Sanders is messing with right now. Go back and look at her track record of celebrity men that she's dated and messed around with. Go back and look at a lot of these women that these men are dealing with, and look at the track record that they have of these celebrity men that they've been passed back and forth between. Because these women will cause these men to follow suit. These men will start chasing after these women, and she'll go from man to man to man to man to man, laying down with them, messing around with them. And the next thing you know, you got these women. Back in the day, it was the men you heard, oh man, he's got like 8 kids. He's got like 10 kids with like 4 or 5 different baby mamas. It was the men that you heard that about. Things have completely flipped. Now it's the women. Now it's the women that you hear, oh, she got 8 kids. She got like 4 or 5 different baby daddies. And these women have no shame. They'll sit there on camera, on YouTube, look at the camera and be like, what am I going to be ashamed for? You don't know my situation. So what that I got 8 kids and I got different baby daddies? You in their life now. You the one that's supposed to be doing for all of them now. Because you see these situations where these men are trying, they got 1 kid with the woman, she got 7 other kids with 4 other different baby daddies, and she's expecting this one man to pay for everything for all her kids instead of just the one he's got with her. These women are out of their minds. Their minds and their conscience is just destroyed. All right. And these are the things that are what? Causing our nation, the Israelite nation, to fall into fornication. But when we talk about America as a whole and what America is going through, this is the downfall of America, is the women being allowed so much liberty, so much freedom, that now you can't tell them anything. A man can't say nothing to these women. Look at what's going on with Shiloh Sanders right now. He just came out in defense of his brother because there's one reporter lady that's, constantly trying to spread lies about his brother. And he said one little thing about, you're making other women in this profession look bad. It's hard enough already for women to make it in this profession, to be taken seriously. And here you are out here making up stories and making stuff up and making yourself look bad. And while you're doing that, you're making all the other women look bad. The ones that are out here actually really trying to do the work. They're out here really trying to report on the truth. They're doing their homework. They're looking up the statistics. They're looking up the players. They're really learning about the game. And you're over here talking nonsense. But now they're trying to flip. I know the reason why they're trying to do it is they're trying to hurt his brother's career. They're going to try and use it as fuel. But now all of a sudden, he's misogynistic. He's women bashing. You know what I mean? Those are the reports coming out now. So you can't even say anything to these women nowadays without it being flipped on the man to make the man look foolish when he just spoke the truth. All right. Where were we at? Proverbs 23 and 26. My
Mhm.
son, give me thine heart and let thine eyes observe my ways. We spoke about that earlier, following the ways of the Lord. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men. All right. So we're not making this up when we're telling you that that's what brings down a nation. This is what brings down a society. You don't believe that one? Let's believe this one. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and 29. This one is more straightforward. So, we're not lying. We're not making stuff up. This is what the scriptures teach. We're not being misogynistic. We're not being women bashers or women haters. It's just the truth. When you allow these girls, these women to become shameless, it's the downfall of society.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse 29. Do not prostitute thy daughters to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness.
Lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. You see that this is the downfall of America playing out right before your eyes, because every single one of these parents, like I've just been saying, are prostituting their daughters to cause their daughters to become the WHOREs. The way they're letting their daughters dress, allowing their daughters to have boyfriends when the Bible don't teach about boyfriend, girlfriend, it teaches about marriage. Allowing them to jump from relationship to relationship. You would think that one of these parents would sit their daughter down and be like, wait a minute, weren't you just with this other guy last week? What happened to him? Why are you now with this guy? And oh, he's not in the pic. Now why are you chasing this dude now? What is going on with you? What's wrong with you? But that's not what's happening. These parents are happily dropping their kids off on these dates and letting them go to sleepovers, letting them go to these dances. A lot of them don't even have curfews. Kids hanging out all night and the parents don't even know where they're at until something happens and the parents have the police knocking on the door saying, we're sorry to inform you, but your kid was found in the ditch, and we need you to come and identify. And now the parents are crying. Look at this situation with this David singer, D4, whatever his name. I never even heard of him until this situation with this young girl came out, that this young girl's remains were found in the front trunk of his Tesla, and they finally arrested him for it. And now the parents are trying to come out and act like, they've done nothing wrong, trying to act like they were the model parents when it's obvious something was going wrong in that household. How is your 13, 14-year-old daughter disappearing for months on end, staying at some dude's house, and you want to try and act like you didn't know where she was at when she was coming home telling you exactly where she was at? That's these parents giving their kids way too much liberty, giving their daughters way too much liberty. And now her father's all on TV trying to act like, no, these reports that are coming out are wrong. They're wrong. We didn't know. We didn't know. It's like they were the ones that told the police she was dating a dude named David. So they're contradicting themselves. The only thing that I don't understand about the situation is that the reports are coming out saying that the dude bought 2 chainsaws off of Amazon, and nobody seems to be asking the question: if he bought 2 chainsaws, who was the other chainsaw for? If one was for him, he obviously didn't do it by himself. He obviously had somebody helping him. Why is he the only one locked up behind bars? You know these investigators are smarter than that, or you would think they are. He bought 2 chainsaws off Amazon and a body bag, but he's the only one in jail. Well, what was he doing? Had 2 chainsaws in his hand going, and. It's like, get real. Like, come on, use some common sense. Obviously, somebody close to him helped him dismember this young girl and helped him try and hide the body. But you know that society now, as long as the central figure is in arrested, they're okay. Just like with the Brian Koberger situation, with the 4 college students that got unalived in Idaho. It's so obvious that one person did not commit this crime by himself, but yet he's the only one locked up in jail right now. There's no way in the world one person took out 4 people in 8 minutes, got out the house, and didn't leave not one trace of DNA except a little speck of trace DNA on a knife sheath. It's like, this is, where society has fallen to, though. That people just shrug their shoulders and be like, oh, okay. Have become desensitized to this stuff. All right. So again, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. You may be asking, what does Brian Koberger and all this got to do with it? It's got to do everything with it, because all of this leads to the wickedness that this world is experiencing right now. We haven't seen anything like this in our lifetime. We're just on a daily basis, just all kinds of wicked news stories coming out. Shooting over here, shooting over there, body found here, body found over there, kid gone missing here, girl gone missing over there, woman gone missing from this place, man arrested for this. Every single day, news story upon news story upon news story of the wickedness that's going on in this earth. And it's got everything to do with these girls being allowed to become the WHOREs. And it's telling us that because of this, the land falls to whoredom and the land becomes full of wickedness. America is why do you think America is being called the Great Whore? America is full of wickedness because of a direct reflection of the liberty that the women have been allowed to have. Okay. Let's go to back to Sirach. We're going to go to chapter 26. You're going to read verses 9 through 12.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26.
But actually, no,
And
start at,
verse
I don't know why I didn't put 8. Start with 8.
verse 8.
Wait, you know what? Start at 7.
Mhm.
Wait. Oh, there's so much. Start at 6.
Verse 6. But a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman, and a scourge of the tongue which communicated with all.
All right.
An evil
So
what?
this is telling us what we see every day in society, that these women be jealous of each other like there's no tomorrow. They gossip about each other, even in the so-called close-knit friend groups. You know what I mean? They'll go behind each other's backs to mess around with the other. One will mess around with another's husband or boyfriend, whatever the case is. You see this stuff happen. As it says, with a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman. Okay, go ahead, read on. Verse 7.
Verse 7 says, an evil wife is a yoke shaken to and fro. He that hath hold of her is as though he held a scorpion.
Look at that. An evil wife is a yoke shaken to and fro. You ever taken an egg and just shaking an egg like this and hear the yolk moving around inside? And that yolk going inside the egg? That's kind of like the mind of an evil woman. It's all over the place. Her mind is everywhere. You don't know from one second to the next what her mood is gonna be. At the drop of a dime, she's one way, and then all of a sudden things could change just without notice. And that's why he that hath hold of her is as though he held a scorpion. Being around a woman like that, you might as well hold the scorpion in your hand and allow that scorpion to sting you, because that's what you're, when you have an evil wife, that's basically what you should expect, to get stung. Verse 8.
Verse 8, a drunken woman and a gatherer abroad causeth great anger, and she will not cover her own shame.
These are those women that you see again. You see these videos these men be posting up. These women going out with their so-called girls' nights, going to the club, supposedly going out to get some drinks. And they come home at 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning with their little overnight bags. And the husband's sitting there on the couch waiting for him to walk in. She comes in hungover and trying to act like nothing happened. He's got no right to question where she's been. She's a grown woman. She could do what she want to do. A drunken woman and a gatherer abroad causes great anger. You've got these men pissed off, trying to figure out where she at, where she been all night, what is going on, who is she with. And these women come back and they got no shame, none at all, none. As it says, and she will not cover her own shame, because they don't care. They're shameless. They don't care. Let's read verse 9.
Verse 9, the whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids.
The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. How many other scriptures have we already brought out that's saying the same thing? These women with the fake eyelashes. The Bible is constantly telling you the red flag is in front of these men. Even with us when we were younger, the red flags were there. We just didn't know what to look for at that time. The way this woman's looking, you see these situations where these women are out with their men, they're out with their boyfriends, husbands. We know that we don't deal with boyfriend, girlfriend. The Bible deals with marriage. But I'm talking about the world as a whole, society as a whole. see these women out with their so-called man, and the second a better looking man, a man driving by in a better car, better dressed, whatever the case is, taller, more muscular, whatever the case is, they're holding the hands of their man, but looking over here at this dude. And then really trying to make sure that he sees her staring at him so that they can get that little eye contact going. You see this stuff going on. All right. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. That's why you got to be able to sit back and see what it is that what your partner's doing. Watch them when they think you're not paying attention. Are they doing this stuff? You're going out somewhere and they're Google eyeing some other dude, or you see the other men Google eyeing your wife. That you can ignore, but if she's giving them the same energy back, then there's a problem. You're gonna have to question, okay, what is my wife about? But okay, I see her checking out these other men. Like what's up with this? What's going on with her? Verse 10.
Verse 10. If thy daughters be shameless, keep her in
Strictly.
straightly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
So this is telling, if thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through over much liberty. Because the Bible is telling you, as a father, should know if your daughter is shameless. You should know what kind of daughter you've got. You know your daughter is constantly trying to get up, walk out the house dressed all skimped out in skimpy clothes, constantly seeing her trying to be in boys' faces. Then you're like, you know what? I need to keep her in the house. You ain't going nowhere. Can I go to so and so's house? I'm gonna stay the night. Like, no, you ain't staying over nobody's house. No, because you know what happens. They say they're going over their friend so and so's house, but in reality, they're sneaking out and going over to some dude's house. As it says, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty. You give her too much liberty, she's going to be out there letting herself get used and abused. Verse 11.
Verse 11. Watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if she trespasses against thee.
In other words, don't be surprised. Don't be shocked if she ends up trespassing. In other words, don't be surprised or shocked when she cheat on you. Don't be shocked. Watch over an impudent eye. That's exactly what I was talking about. When you're out with your wife, you need to pay attention to stuff like that because it be going on. It happens. Men are checking out another man's wife, and instead of her having so much love for her husband that she ignores it, she's loving it. And then looking for that one man that she could give that energy back to behind her husband's back. And in a lot of cases, the husbands don't even realize they're doing it. And then you have some of these dudes that are so brazen that the husband could get up, go to the restroom or whatever the case is, separate from her for a minute, and they'll take the walk up and start trying to talk to her. You got to know, what kind of wife do you have? Is your wife going to be the kind that's going to shut it down and be like, what do you want? I'm married. I'm here with my husband. What do you want? I've got nothing to say to you. Get away from me. That's how it should be taken care of. But you come back and your wife's sitting there blushing, talking to the man. Oh, he. 'Hee. 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 'H Watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if she trespass against thee. You see that your wife likes that attention from a lot of men, and she gives that energy back to men behind your back, or when she thinks you're not paying attention. You better be real careful, because don't be shocked when she cheats on you, is what he's saying. Don't be surprised, because the sign was right there in front of your face. You just chose to ignore it.
Right.
Because nowadays the men are scared. Well, if I say anything, all she's gonna say is, I'm insecure. Why are you checking my phone? Why are you worried about where I'm going? A lot of these men get afraid of that. They're scared to confront her about this stuff. All right. That was verse 11. Let's go to verse 12.
She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he had found a fountain, and drink of every water near her. By every hedge will she sit down, and open her quiver against every arrow.
If you don't understand what this is saying, she will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he had found a fountain. She's desperately out here looking for other men. Like a person out there in the desert that's got no water, and they're searching for water, frantically searching for water. Some of these women love attention, especially nowadays with social media. Some of these women love attention so much that they're constantly on the lookout for it. They can't help it. They're addicted to the attention. As it says, she will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler when he has found a fountain, and drink of every water near her. She'll take that attention from every man that comes around, any and every man that comes near her. Just as that thirsty traveler, when he finds a fountain, he's going to drink of every water. That's exactly what she's going to do. By every hedge will she sit down. She's going to be all up under any and every man that comes around that's showing her some attention.
Right.
Especially those ones that are kind of like, you're no fun. You're so boring. You don't ever like to go anywhere. You don't ever like to do anything. The ones that nothing you do is ever enough for them. The men see these signs, but they choose to ignore it. And open her quiver against every arrow. That's that woman, in other words, is going to, excuse the way I'm putting it, but that's what it's saying. She will open her legs up for any and every man that comes around. She will open her quiver against every arrow. What does an arrow do? An arrow's a straight rod with a arrow pointed tip on the end that shoots straight into the bullseye. It's the best way I can put it for you to understand what that's saying. She'll open her quiver against every arrow. In other words, any and every man will be allowed to put his what where she wants it. That's, and I'm trying not to say it in any graphic way, but that's exactly what it's saying. She will open her quiver against every arrow. The scriptures is warning us, telling us exactly how these type of women are. And these type of women are more common nowadays than 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, because of women's liberation and all this stuff. These women are far more promiscuous. They are way more shameless, and they have no shame at all. None. All right. So again, as it says, the whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks. We've got to ask ourselves, as Israelites, how did our women become the way they become over these years? Because 30 years ago, you didn't see our women walking around acting, looking, and acting the way the women are today. And how could I put it? And by no means were they completely innocent 20, 30 years ago, especially 30 years ago. I graduated high school a little over 30 years ago already. So they were not perfect, but they were a whole lot better than what they are today. I can tell you that. But not just our women, women as a whole in American society. How did this happen? Let me show you this. Hold on. Do that. Go here. We pulled this up before. I'm going to share my screen real quick and show you the difference when it comes to these kids, especially when it comes to the young girls, the difference between what they're presenting to Esau's kids and what they're presenting to our children, or especially when it comes to the young girls. So I need to do this. Okay. Screen share. All right. So everybody knows about Barbie dolls. When it comes to the Barbie dolls, Barbie is about being blonde and elegant, being a princess. But they had to make the Barbie signature Tina Turner doll. But overall, you look at Barbie, it's about elegance, about looking nice and pristine. Okay, now let's contrast that with what they gave to our girls. Bratz dolls. Look at the difference. The hair, the lips, the eyes, the eyelids, the skimpy clothes, the multiple colored hair, the flaring pants. Look at the difference. When did these Bratz dolls come out? Let me see. Um, when did Bratz dolls come out? That's almost like perfectly lined up. The Bratz dolls were first released on May 21st, 2001. The original lineup included 4 characters: Yasmin, Chloe, Jade, and Sasha. The dolls were designed to compete with Mattel's Barbie and quickly gain popularity in the toy market. No, they weren't there to compete with the Barbie doll. They were there to corrupt our young girls. And that's exactly what you've seen from, I'm glad it shows that from 2001, when social media was just starting. Let me see, what would have been the first, um, probably like Yahoo Messenger, right?
MySpace.
MySpace was probably closer to like 2005. Somewhere, let me see, I'll try MySpace. That was more like 2005, 2006, somewhere around there, wasn't it? When did MySpace come out? Oh, 2003. Okay, that wasn't too far away. All right. Yeah, you're right. August 1st, 2003. So when you look at the timeline from about the early 2000s to today in 2026, and you look at how the girls are dressed, and you look at how they carry themselves, you can go back and see a direct reflection of that starts back at around this time, the early 2000s with MySpace, these Bratz dolls, and the rap culture at the time, which has gotten worse. Movies started getting worse. Um, has had a direct reflection on how these girls have turned out. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know MySpace started that long ago. Well, I was thinking it was more like 2005, 2006. But it was actually a little bit before that. That's crazy. Let me see. Window. Okay. So again, the scriptures are spot on. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. Okay. Let's go to Sirach 42. And you're going to read verses 8 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42. Be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, the extreme age, the contended with those that are young, thus approve of all men living.
All right. So this goes back somewhat to what I had mentioned last Sabbath, and I mentioned just briefly today about the video that I had watched with one of the camps we're teaching at. It was like a projects. They were teaching a young group of girls, trying to, show them that the way they were dressed, the way they were acting, everything that they've been taught in this society goes against what God teaches in the Bible. And you had these older women that got offended and started going at the group. Okay, that was teaching. They failed to understand that we are commanded in the scriptures as we're reading now, be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish. So when these brothers were out there teaching against whoredom, teaching against us allowing our daughters to be prostituted out, okay, especially the fathers allowing this stuff to happen, people are misinformed because the Christian church has you believing that you can't judge me, you can't judge them, you can't judge nobody. When the scriptures is telling us, be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, and the extreme aged that contended with those that are young, because that's what was going on. You saw these old women out here in these young men's faces trying to argue with them, wanting to actually try and go to blows with them because they were so offended that they used the word whoredom in trying to teach these young girls that they shouldn't be out here dressing, walking around, talking, and acting like WHOREs. Okay? It says, thus shalt thou be truly learned and approved of all men living. Let's go and read on. Let's read verse 9.
The father wicked for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated.
All right, so this is very crucial in the fact that the majority of, especially in the Israelite community, the so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, the majority of the households don't have a father. in the home, which lets you know how crucial it is for there to be a father in the house. Because as the scripture is saying, that father has so much care and love for her daughter that it takes away his sleep. He's waking up in the middle of the night, just afraid of, okay, what's going to happen to my daughter if I don't keep watch over her? Don't want nothing bad to happen to her. Don't want her to grow up and get involved with the wrong man, especially when she comes to that age where she's in a position to where she can now start getting involved in certain activities, lest she pass away the flower of her age. And being married, lest she should be hated. All right. Started messing around with somebody behind her father's back, ends up getting pregnant maybe by some dude. That's what fathers are worried about. And that's what it talks about in the next line. Let's read verse 10.
In her virginity, that she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house, and have a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, and when she is married, lest she should be barren.
All right. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house. She's gone out messing around, being promiscuous, getting involved in all kind of fornication, messing with men, and she ended up getting married, and she's still living in her daddy house. Now she got to go home and explain to daddy how she got pregnant by some dude. All right. And having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. Now this is on the flip side. Maybe you got a daughter that's married, and she messes around behind her husband's back. Okay. You got to be worried about that. You don't want to be a laughing stock. You give your daughter to this man, and then you come to find out that she's been cheating behind his back. That puts a stain on your family name. That's how it was back then. The daughter goes out, gets pregnant by another man, or she's messing around with another man, and the truth comes out. That was a stain on the family name back in that time. Should be the same today, but unfortunately, times have changed with the more wickedness that has come into the world. All right. Let's read verse 11.
Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest she make thee a laughingstock to thine enemies, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and make thee ashamed before the multitude.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. She make you ashamed before the multitude. Puts a stain on the family name. It says, keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter. And that's the majority of these girls that you see nowadays. These single mothers have a multitude of shameless daughters that the mothers got no control over them. These daughters are out here running the streets, doing whatever they want to do. And in the end, it says, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies. These daughters are making these parents become a laughing stock to the rest of the neighborhood, to the friends and parents of their friends at their school, neighbors that live in the neighborhood. It says in a byword in the city, people are talking bad about you behind your back. Oh my gosh, that family, oh, the parents are, they got words for them. They got no control over their daughter. Did you hear? Their daughter, she's only 14 and she's pregnant. And I'm like, are you serious? For real? Like, yeah. Oh, poor girl. should be ashamed of themselves. They just let her, they gave her too much, they gave her too much liberty. They just let her run free. They let her do whatever she wants. A byword in the city. You're going to hear words like ignorant parents, stupid parents. Okay, when people are describing the parents, and it says, "And a reproach among people and make thee ashamed before the multitude." All right, let's read verse 12.
Verse 12. Behold, not everybody's beauty and sit not in the midst of women.
Behold, not everybody's beauty, and sit not in the midst of women. Because you see this a lot sometimes among some of these young men. They just, that one kind of like effeminate dude that loves, always seen hanging out with a bunch of girls. And he's the only guy. Something not right about those situations. All right. The scriptures again, behold not everybody's beauty. We've been told over and over and over again not to marvel at the beauty of a woman. And in this situation, it's going both ways. Even the women don't just admire, how handsome a dude is. Because you could have the most handsome dude and he could be a devil. And that's what's happening to a lot of these women. They're blowing up their marriages thinking they found Mr. Right Now, because that's what they want. They want Mr. Right Now that's going to give them some excitement. And then Mr. Right Now turns out to be a demon that ends up hurting them physically or ends up unaliving them in some way. All right. Let's read 13.
Verse 13. For from garments cometh a moth, and from woman wickedness.
And from women, wickedness. Men, don't be sitting in the midst of a bunch of women, because some of that wickedness might rub off on you. All of that jealousy and envy and backbiting, back talking to each other might rub off on you. Some of that wickedness these women hold inside might rub off on you. Stay away from them. Verse 14.
Verse 14. Better is the churlishness of a man than a courteous woman, a woman, I say, which bringeth shame and reproach.
A woman, I say, which bringeth shame and reproach. Because that's what a lot of these women are about nowadays, that all they're going to do is bring upon you shame and reproach. And a lot of these men don't see it coming. All right. So there's just some questions we got to ask now. Okay. The Lord's reminding us over and over again, giving us an idea of the red flags to look for when it comes to dealing with men and women, especially the women, for us men, to keep us from becoming lustful and then not having the discipline to abstain from our lust, but giving into being weak-minded and giving into our lust. Okay, he's giving us the tools. He's telling us what to look for. Okay, for us to avoid falling into fornication. Okay, so we got to ask the question, what exactly is fornication according to definition? Because a lot of people really don't understand it according to definition and comparing it to what the Bible teaches about fornication. So we got to go back and do a little bit of sharing again.
Mhm.
Go back, share. All right. So question is, what is fornication? Is it showing up there? Okay, it's there. All right.
It's
So
there. Yeah.
fornication. Fornication is defined as voluntary sexual intercourse between individuals who are not married to each other, encompassing premarital sex and other forms of sexual immorality. Okay, because you got to remember there are certain different types of steps. You've got premarital sex, people that, they're in a relationship together, they're not married, but they start messing around before they actually get married. All right. And then there's other forms of sexual immorality, such as, like we said earlier, things that you read about in like Leviticus 18. There's a whole list of sexual sins that are listed there that fall under what would be called fornication. Okay. Um, but the definition that they're giving, fornication is defined as voluntary sexual intercourse between individuals who are not married to each other. So you've got two people that are not married to each other and they're messing around. That's fornication. Okay. Definition and context. Fornication is commonly understood as sexual intercourse between unmarried individuals. This definition includes various forms of sexual activity that occur outside the bounds of marriage, such as premarital sex and adultery, where a married person engages in sexual relations with someone who is not their spouse. That's somewhat of the difference in the definition. But according to the Bible, it all falls under adultery. Okay. Biblical perspective. In a biblical context, fornication is often associated with sexual immorality and is derived from the Greek word porneia, which encompasses a range of sexual sins. And from that word, that's where you get the word pornography. Okay, we're going to touch up on that in a second. All right, which encompasses a range of sexual sins, including premarital sex, adultery, incest, and other forms of sexual misconduct, which Leviticus 18 covers all of that and then some. All right. The Bible explicitly condemns fornication, viewing it as a violation of God's design for sexual relations, which are intended to occur within the sanctity of marriage. That's exactly what the Bible teaches, that sexual relations should be occurring and is intended to occur only in the sanctity of marriage. Distinction from adultery. While fornication refers to sexual activity outside of marriage, adultery specifically involves a married person engaging in sexual relations with someone who is not their spouse. Thus, all acts of adultery can be considered fornication, but not all fornication is adultery. And that's what we were just saying. Okay. All of these fall under adultery. Okay. But not all acts of fornication is adultery. All right. If you got two people who are not married together, the man's not married, the woman's not married, um, according to the Bible, that's still adultery. But according to Esau's definition, that's what I'm trying to contrast, is the difference between what the Bible actually teaches and what Esau tries to stick in there as if the Bible teaches that. Okay. But in reality, all fornication falls under the umbrella of adultery in the Bible. Okay. But what this is telling us, not all fornication is adultery, which is not true. That's what I'm trying to show you. That's what I'm getting at. All right. cultural and moral implications. Fornication is often viewed negatively in many religious and cultural contexts, as it is believed to undermine the integrity of marriage and family structures. The consequences of fornication can include spiritual, emotional, and relational repercussions, as it is seen as a departure from moral and ethical standards. In summary, fornication is a term that encompasses a variety of sexual activities outside of marriage, with significant implications in both religious and cultural contexts. It is important to understand the nuances of this term, especially in discussions surrounding morality and sexual ethics. All right. Um, Let me see. Yeah, let's go to Merriam-Webster and see what Merriam-Webster's got to say about fornication. Consensual sexual intercourse between two persons not married to each other. So it's straightforward, just like the other one. All right. All right. Let's do this, because earlier I was mentioning about the effects of society on kids, and these kids are now grown adults. Because think about that. Um, some of these people that are maybe between 20, 25, maybe 25 and 30, that were born in the early 2000s, maybe around the time MySpace was just coming out, they were maybe 3, 4, 5 years old, and they've grown up and all they've known is social media. These are those kids who are now maybe just about graduating college, or they're in college. They're maybe early to mid 20s. Um, and they're the ones that you're seeing out here in society right now, and gives us a clear view as to how social media and the internet, since 2000, 2001, 2, 3, the early parts of 2000, has affected how these kids have turned out. Okay. And part of it, as I'm going to show you, has to do with what they're learning in school. Let me do that. Okay. So the question that I asked is this: why is it that instead of teaching kids abstinence, they are giving them condoms? Okay. Um, Actually, I didn't. Let me do that again, because my real question is, why is it that instead of teaching kids abstinence, they're giving them condoms and birth control, which is basically a license to have sex? That was the question I actually asked. Hold on, let me redo this. Paste. Hit it again. All right, so it says why comprehensive sex education includes contraception. So you can see what the question is that I asked. Why is it that instead of teaching kids abstinence, they are giving them condoms and birth control, which is basically a license to have sex? So this is what it came up with. It says comprehensive sex education, which includes teaching about birth control and condoms, is designed to give young people the tools to make informed, healthy choices, not to license them to have sex. The goal is to reduce unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, and related health risks. Number one, abstinence. Only education is ineffective. That's what they're trying to tell society, And as we go through, you will see when it comes to religion, the Bible, and abstinence, they're saying that it's ineffective because the kids are going to do it anyway. So we have to inform them how to protect themselves, is the excuse that they're using, instead of really just pushing home that no, you shouldn't be doing this at all. Didn't that work for thousands of years? You know what
Yep.
I mean?
Hmm.
Just
Yep.
tell them don't do it. You shouldn't be doing that. That worked for thousands of years. You would have those anomalies, maybe one or two kids that go off, and the girl ends up getting pregnant. It was like one within in any neighborhood, you might have one within a 10-year period that might have ended up getting pregnant. But now there's thousands. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So what it says here, one, abstinence only education is ineffective. Abstinence only programs teach that sexual activity outside marriage is the only way to avoid pregnancy and STIs, and they often exclude information about contraception. Research shows these programs do not reduce sexual activity or unplanned pregnancies, and they leave students without the knowledge to protect themselves if they do become sexually active. And we know that that is a lie, because if they, especially amongst our people, remember, we're spiritual people. These law, statutes, commandments, and judgments that the Lord gave us is spiritual. And remember, this is for us. The Spirit beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God, right? So if you teach our children the scriptures and teach them the Bible correctly, it should bear witness with their spirit that it will cause them to change if taught properly. Okay, that's the problem. Number two, contraception is a preventive tool, not a permissive license. That's a lie. You're basically giving these kids a license to go out and commit fornication by basically telling them, well, if you're gonna do it, here, take this handful of condoms and protect yourself. Says birth control and condoms are part of a broader set of strategies to prevent pregnancy and STIs. They are not about encouraging sex. They are about giving young people the means to delay or avoid pregnancy and protect their health. For example, condoms reduce the risk of many STIs, while hormonal or barrier methods can prevent pregnancy. Now, I'm going to ask it a question, because this is a question I've always had. You didn't really hear a lot about women having cancers of the uterus and things like that, not as often or rampant as it is today, until if you go back to, let's say, the late 70s, early 80s, when they really started pushing condom use. You have to ask yourself, has anybody ever researched exactly how safe it really is for women to be placing this, what is this stuff called? The what is the rubbery stuff called that they use to make the condoms? There's a word for it. Um,
Hmm.
I can't think of the word of it right now.
Latex.
Yeah, latex. There we go. me ask it in another way, because see, they're slick. Um, let's see, does latex have any side effects inside the body? All right, so let me show you what I typed in. So I typed in, does latex have any side effects when placed inside the body? So try and not confuse it, but take away the sexual aspect of it, just to see if they say that there's actually um, side effects of latex, which there are. Okay. It says a latex allergy is a reaction to natural rubber latex that can cause hives, itching, swelling, runny nose, and watery eyes. Severe reactions can be life-threatening. Management includes avoiding latex and carrying an epinephrine auto-injector. So if latex can cause these things, and it could go as far as killing you, why in the world would you ever tell women to put latex inside themselves? It makes no sense, and it never had to me. It's never really made sense to me. I've always questioned that. All right, here we go. Is latex bad for you? The health risks explained. Latex refers specifically to natural rubber latex, a milky sap derived from the Hevea brasiliensis rubber tree. This substance is processed into rubber used in items ranging from medical gloves and catheters to balloons and condoms. While its elasticity and barrier properties make it highly effective, the presence of various proteins within this natural material raises significant safety concerns for a portion of the population. The primary health concern, natural rubber latex allergy. The most serious risk stemming from a natural rubber latex is type 1. Immediate hypersensitivity. This immune-mediated reaction occurs when the immune system mistakenly identifies the water-soluble proteins found in the Hevea brasiliensis sap as a threat. Individuals who become sensitized develop immunoglobulin antibodies that circulate in the bloodstream, ready to respond to subsequent contact with the latex proteins. Upon re-exposure, these IgE antibodies trigger the release of chemicals like histamine, leading to rapidly developing and sometimes life-threatening symptoms. The clinical presentation of a type 1 allergy can range from mild skin symptoms such as hives, itching, to more severe systemic issues. Respiratory systems like a runny nose, wheezing, coughing, and difficulty breathing can occur, particularly when inhaling aerosolized latex particles from powdered gloves. The most severe outcome is anaphylaxis, a sudden, potentially fatal reaction that can cause a drop in blood pressure and airway constriction. This immediate allergy is a particular concern for high exposure groups, including healthcare workers and patients who have undergone multiple surgical procedures. Type 4 delayed hypersensitivity. A second immune reaction is type 4 delayed hypersensitivity, also known as allergic contact dermatitis. This reaction is mediated by specialized T cells rather than IgE antibodies. Symptoms typically manifest 24 to 96 hours following contact with the latex product. The resulting symptoms are generally localized to the area of contact and include a persistent rash, redness, small blisters, and intense itching. Non-allergic contact sensitivity and chemical irritation. It is important to distinguish true immune-mediated allergies from more common non-allergic skin reactions. Irritant contact dermatitis is a non-immunologic response, meaning the immune system is not involved. This condition is caused by direct physical irritation to the skin barrier, often from friction, frequent hand washing, exposure to harsh soaps, or the use of glove powders. The resulting symptoms are limited to localized dryness, scaling, cracking, and fissuring of the skin. Another common source of localized skin sensitivity stems from the chemical additives used during the manufacturing process. Rather than the natural proteins themselves, these chemicals, known as accelerators, are used to speed up the vulcanization process that transformed the liquid latex sap into a durable rubber product. Compounds such as therams, carbamates, and thiazoles are common accelerators that can trigger localized skin sensitivities. Although these chemical induced reactions are technically a type 4 allergy, they are distinct from the protein based type 1 allergy and do not carry the risk of systemic anaphylaxis. All right, let me see. I have a question. Better question. Let me see. Just ask it flat out. Does latex cause cancer? Uh-huh. Here we go. Is latex a carcinogen? If you are wondering, is latex a carcinogen, then you are not alone. In this article, we will discuss about natural latex and synthetic latex. We'll also talk about benzene and what is that? Disocyanates, two other chemicals found in latex and their possible health risk. We hope this article helps you answer this important question. But do keep in mind that there is no absolute proof that latex causes cancer. Yeah, right. Many natural living advocates haven't bothered to research the safety of the synthetic chemicals used in products with GOTS certification. Latex is a milky substance found in many flowering plants and is used by those plants to protect themselves from insects. This natural substance is derived from the sap of rubber trees found in tropical areas. It is harvested in sustainable and humane ways and is filtered to ensure purity. You know, it's harvested in sustainable and humane ways. So the sap is then poured into molds to create products like balloons, medical equipment, and mattresses. Besides being odor resistant, latex is also resistant to mold and dust mites. And you remember the other one we read said that it's also used to create condoms. But it's more than just the condoms. You got to remember that some of these women are using these toys and stuff like that they're putting inside themselves. And it's almost like you can see that with the invention of these things and these things coming out and being pushed in society, because of course they want to make money, they're not going to tell you that these women coming up with all kinds of urine, what do you call, not urine, but uterus cancers and stuff like that is a direct cause of them placing this latex inside themselves. But not only just that, but these other foreign objects that they're placing up in there that they will never admit it. I doubt they'll never just come out one day and say, well, yeah, you know, we've known that it's been causing cancers and we just didn't do anything about it. They're never going to do that. All right. Um, let's move on. Let's go to, let me close this out real quick. Give me a second. Stop sharing. Share screen. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other articles and stuff that I want to go through, but we'll be here all day. Got a bunch. Got a whole bunch. Um, let's go to 1 Corinthians 15:33.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 15, and verse 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners. We're asking the question a few minutes ago about how in the world did society get into the position to get into the place that we're in now? That you see these young girls walking around dressed the way they're dressed, acting the way they're acting. You're hearing the stories, which is heartbreaking. It's sad to hear about these young girls in fourth, fifth, and sixth grade dipping off into the bathroom with boys and committing lewd acts with these, as young kids. You know what I mean? That they're doing this so that these young kids got iPhones and they're watching um porn and all kinds of stuff on their phones, and the parents act like they don't know that their kids have access to this stuff. Okay. So the scriptures is telling us evil communications corrupt good manners from social media, because some of these kids are being allowed to have TikToks, they're allowed to have Instagram pages and all this stuff as if they're adults, and there's no oversight being done by their parents in most cases. Can't say that all parents aren't doing it, but the majority of these parents are so busy in their own little worlds running around cheating and having affairs and stuff like that and working, and that they're not paying attention to what's going on with their kids at home. Okay. But a lot of these problems are a direct reflection of the evil communications that are being presented to these kids every day. All right. Um, I'm, I'm going to put this one because this one was actually pretty good when I read it. Let me cut that out. Cut this one out. Go here. Give me a second. All right. So this is an article. Why is it going so slow? Oh, here we go. And it's funny that they have a picture of the little girl with the laptop in her hands. I mean, in her lap, and her hands covering her eyes. Because I remember as a kid when I'd, be watching a movie or something. We're sitting there watching a movie, and a sex scene or something would come on. My mom would be like, "Turn your head, turn your head. You ain't watching that." You don't see that with parents anymore. You know what I mean? With kids nowadays. Or sending them out of the room. Get out of here. Get out of here. This ain't for you. You can't watch this. So that's not what's happening with these kids. But this article from Humanium, it's called "The Intrusion of Media Sexualization in Childhood." So this was posted on May 7th of 2024. It says children today are inundated with explicit content across media platforms, fueled by marketing strategies that exploit their innocence for profit. So they're acknowledging the fact that some of these companies are doing this purposely, all for the sake of making money. They don't care that they're corrupting your kids. They just want to make money. Recent studies reveal a sharp increase in the exposure of children to sexualized content, from music and television to social media and advertisements. This harmful practice, particularly targeting adolescents, poses serious risk to children's mental health and well-being. It says distinguishing between sexuality and sexualization. Understanding the difference between sexuality and sexualization is key to preserving childhood innocence amidst modern influence. Sexuality naturally develops as children grow, fueled by curiosity and self discovery. However, sexualization is concerning because it reduces individuals to mere sex objects, valuing them solely for their physical appeal and adherence to narrow beauty standards. During high school, adolescents undergo the onset of puberty, which brings about heightened awareness of their own sexuality. And they're wrong about that. It's not high school, it's in junior high and middle school. And in some cases, with some of these kids, it's happening to them in elementary school by like fifth and sixth grade. It says, given that this is a novel phase for them, they often learn and imitate behaviors from their surroundings. When parents neglect to engage in candid discussions with their children, the impact of media becomes more pronounced in shaping their attitudes and behaviors regarding sexual topics. And that goes on also when parents are not having discussion, especially Israelite parents, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, are not involving the Bible in your discussions because you are supposed to be teaching your kids the Bible. Grab that in Deuteronomy 6. Deuteronomy 6 and 7. Start at 6.
Okay. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 6. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
So we're told that we're supposed to be teaching the kids the commandments of the Lord. He says, and these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. Okay, you're supposed to talk about the commandments when you're just sitting around the house, just having family time. You go for a walk. Hey, let's go for a walk around the neighborhood. Let's walk to the park. Let's go to the park and hang out. And when thou liest down, you know what? Let me read some Bible stories to you before you go to sleep. When they get up in the morning, so you're supposed to be constantly teaching the commandments of the Lord to your children. But that's not what's happening. So what's happening is your kids are being taught by the other kids at school. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. It says recognizing the importance of educating children about relationships and sexuality early on, schools worldwide are integrating sex education into their curricula. This initiative is bolstered by teachers who have observed children in schools, noticing misconceptions and inappropriate influences from the media. This underscores the necessity of addressing these topics in an educational setting through ongoing discussion. All right, sexualization of children in media. Children today are inundated with sexual content across media platforms, including explicit lyrics and popular songs, prevalent sexual references, and unrestricted access to internet pornography. This exposure is troubling as it can negatively influence their psychological development and perception of relationships and sexuality, potentially leading to premature and distorted views on sexuality. Several major tabloids and media outlets have faced accusations of sexualizing children. For instance, a report by Equality Now and End Violence Against Women, acronym EVAW, monitored 11 renowned newspapers in 2012. In the report, they consequently published the organizations exposed the coverage of a child beauty pageant in many tabloids, showcasing inappropriate images of young girls in bikinis, swimsuits, makeup, and heels. Sounds kind of like what was the young girl back in that 95, the young little girl that ended up being found dead for what, almost 30 years now. Her murder hasn't been solved yet. John Benet Ramsey, that's the name, just popped in my head. John Benet Ramsey. Her parents had her caught up in that lifestyle of being one of these young kids going into these little beauty pageants, and look what happened to her. And you would think that from that situation, these parents would have learned and been like, you know what? No, I'm not let my daughter get involved in that. No, that's no good. No, you got even more parents now trying to get their kids involved in that nonsense. It says the depiction of children in a sexualized manner in marketing often stems from the belief that such imagery garners greater attention and interest from consumers. This assumption is based on the idea that individuals are more receptive to messages when they are emotionally stimulated. Targeting adolescents who are significant consumers of fashion, beauty, and lifestyle products is therefore a common but harmful strategy. To exacerbate matters further, such portrayals also contribute to a cultural context where non consensual images and behaviors become normalized. Additionally, sexualized depictions of young girls imply that female bodies are open to objectification, regardless of age, thereby perpetuating a culture conducive to child sexual abuse. All right. Hollywood's perpetuating role in the sexualization of childhood. Hollywood plays a big part in it. Look at how many of these young stars that grew up in the business from the time they were kids and now they're adults. Look at how many of these kids are broken. That's why I constantly say that entertainment industry is no good. It's why it baffles me that so many of these parents are so quick to get their kids involved in the entertainment industry when it's blatantly clear how the entertainment industry uses these kids up, and then these kids are left broken adults, the majority of them with broken souls. Look at your Justin Biebers, look at Britney Spears, look at these kids, look at what's his name, Jaden Smith. Look at how messed up these kids are in the head. You know, here it reads. It says, unfortunately, these harmful grooming practices extend beyond media and are deeply ingrained in today's culture. For instance, there's a concerning rise in the number of young child actors who are sexually exploited by powerful industry figures to produce films. Additionally, adults market these films to other adults for entertainment, highlighting the normalization of grooming children into radical practices and lifestyles. For instance, one of Hollywood's most prominent actresses, Brooke Shields, became a victim of child sexualization. Shields was just 11 when she played a young prostitute in a viral movie, and she also appeared nude on a magazine cover around the same age. Regrettably, children today are still being cast in adult roles within the entertainment industry, a practice that poses a threat to their well being. And it's true, they're continuing to do it to this day, and nobody's saying anything, nobody's doing anything about it. All right. Effects of sexualization on children. The prevalence of subliminal sexual messaging in society brings forth numerous problematic aspects. While children may not fully grasp the suggestive elements presented, they nonetheless absorb the negative impacts of sexualization. Moreover, pushing children to mature prematurely by teaching them to equate worth with external factors overwhelms their developing brains. As a result, this can send harmful messages about self esteem and value. Additionally, children may imitate these learned behaviors in their pursuit of approval, potentially resulting in inappropriate actions as they mature. For example, dressing suggestively to garner approval or assess their worth can blur boundaries and influence their perception of appropriate behavior. The profound cognitive and emotional consequences of sexualization and objectification can lead to diminished confidence that is often accompanied by feelings of shame and anxiety. Furthermore, extensive research indicates a significant association between sexualization and prevalent mental health challenges among girls, such as eating disorders, low self esteem, and depression. All of which they're showing that since the age of social media, these young girls are suffering with these things, with these eating disorders, this low self esteem and depression. Let me see how much more there is. Yeah, this is it. It says protecting childhood in the entertainment sector. To combat the premature sexualization of children, lawmakers and parents must work together. Lawmakers should enact legislation to regulate and monitor media content aimed at children, ensuring it is age appropriate and devoid of sexualization or harmful stereotypes. In 2022, the United States Congress adopted the Stop the Sexualization of Children Act, which aims to prevent the exposure of sexually explicit materials to children under 10 years old. But see, that's the thing. Why would you make the age so low to children under 10 years old? That makes no sense. You're going to come up with a bill that's supposed to stop the sexualization of children, but the age is for those that are under the age of 10. So the kids that are 10 years and up are free. It makes no sense. It's crazy. It says the bill prohibits the use of federal funds for programs, events, or literature that contain such content for young children. It also prohibits the use of federal facilities for such purposes. Likewise, parents should engage in open discussions about harmful stereotypes in media while actively teaching their children to recognize and report such content to relevant authorities. Overall, there needs to be a collective effort to protect childhood and halt the sexualization of kids, safeguarding their innocence and well-being. At Humanium, we staunchly uphold every child's right to a healthy childhood. We are dedicated to fostering a world where children's rights are consistently upheld and respected. If you wish to contribute to our cause, you can support us through donations, volunteering, or becoming a member. All right. So again, going back to 1 Corinthians 15:33.
First Corinthians 15:33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners.
Evil communications corrupt good manners. Let me get back there. 15 and 33. Be not deceived. Evil communications corrupt good manners. All right. And so, I had a bunch of videos and stuff. I had one where the officer is out on the street, and because I wanted to show that this evil communications has had an effect on just about every facet of life, from police officers to school teachers to nurses, doctors, you name it. You know what I mean? In almost every um, part of society, careers of society, that you have these people that have no self-control, that they're giving into their lusts and losing their jobs, putting their livelihoods in jeopardy. These people have such little self-control that you have, like one video is going to show a police officer. It got caught on video at his patrol car, kissing on some woman, putting her in the back of his patrol car, climbing into the back of the patrol car with her. Another video where another officer had a woman in the back of the car, and she's telling him that she's down to, you know, do stuff with him. He's dumb, pulls the car over, gets in the back seat with her, does the stuff with her, and then he's so stupid he didn't realize, he forgot that when you close the doors on the police car, you can't open them from the inside. So he had to call his supervisors and have his supervisors come out and open the door for him. And when the supervisor showed up, found the officer locked in the back of the vehicle with the woman, he tried to lie and say, you know what, I was trying to fix her seatbelt. I had to climb in to do something. The door closed. That was his excuse. But they looked at his body cam video and saw their interactions and what they were talking about and everything like that. They knew he was lying. He got fired. All right. Um, the number of school teachers that are caught, in inappropriate relationships with their students, the number of nurses that you hear about that are having inappropriate relationships, and they're married, and even these teachers are married. These cops are married. That, these nurses that are caught having inappropriate relationships with fellow workers, fellow male nurses that they work with, doctors that they work with, um, and other, people that work in the facilities. Some of these nurses that work in the jail system that are getting caught being in relationships and having relations with the inmates that they're supposed to be, overseeing their health. They're brought into the nurse office to get checked out for whatever, and these nurses are getting caught having relations with these men. It's crazy what's going on in society. All right. Um, it mentioned pornography. I had other searches that what is driving so many people today to be addicted to porn addiction causes, what causes addiction to pornography. Why are we giving the pornography industry this much access to children is another article that I was going to go ahead and read. But just for the sake of time, there's just so much of it. Why is porn so bad? What the science actually shows. This is a biology insight. This is another article. And then another article, what is the number one cause of divorce today? So you can look this stuff up. You know what I mean? Look it up, read about it, watch videos about it, and see how um, this stuff is having an effect on society and having an effect on these kids, which ultimately now, like I said, these kids are now the adults that are having kids now. And you see what's going on. You know what I mean? How bad it's getting, how things are getting worse and worse and worse. Okay. Um, let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 5. You're going to read verses 1 through 13. We're just going to try and hurry up and get through these. There's
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 5, and chapter 5 or chapter 15?
chapter
Oh
5,
no, that's the old one.
verses 1 through 15. Or verses 1 through 13, I'm sorry.
13. The book of First Corinthians, chapter 5 and verse 1. It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife.
You see,
And ye
so
are.
hold on real quick, because
Mhm.
this again goes back to what I was saying, that fornication and all of this falls under the umbrella of adultery. So the scriptures is telling us that a man wanting to have his father's wife is falling under the umbrella of fornication. So when you go to Leviticus 18, I'm going to go to Leviticus 18 real quick. You go to Leviticus 18 and you see that there's a whole list of sexual sins that are listed here that we're not supposed to engage in. And all of these fall under the umbrella of fornication, which falls under the umbrella of adultery, such as Leviticus 18 and 7. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. So getting into what is called incest, okay? Um, Leviticus 18, the nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness, such as what we're reading about in 1 Corinthians 5 and 1, that a man had a desire to have his father's wife. In the context of the way it's written, have to assume that it must be his, what do you call it, his stepmother, that is not his natural mother, that it's another woman that his father married, or maybe one of his father's concubines, such as the situation with Reuben, when Reuben messed around with his father's concubine. Okay. But that is a sin according to the Bible, because there is a law against that. And we're reading it right here in Leviticus 18 and 8. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. Okay. So there was laws against what we're reading about in First Corinthians 5. Okay. So I'm going to go back there. First Corinthians 5, and start with 1 again, and then go ahead and read on.
Verse 1. It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as name among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife. And ye are puffed up, and have not rather mourned that he that had done this deed might be taken away from among you. For I barely as absent in body, but present in spirit, have judged already, as though I were present, concerning him that hath so done this deed.
So he's basically telling, like, even though I know I'm not there physically, I'm there with you guys in spirit. I heard what you guys told me, what you guys wrote to me about this situation. And trust me, I've read about it. I've meditated on it. I've looked at the law, and I'm ready to judge on this. I'm aware of what's going on. Even though I'm not there with you physically, it doesn't mean that I don't understand what's going on. All right, concerning the person that did this. All right, that's what he's trying to, make clear to them. All right, let's go ahead, read on.
In the same, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, when ye are gathered together, and my spirit with the power of our Lord Jesus Christ, to deliver such and one unto Satan for the destruction of the flesh, that the spirit may be saved in the day of the Lord Jesus. Your glory is not good. Know ye not that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump? Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. For Passover, even Christ, our Passover is sacrificed for us. Therefore,
So he's
let us.
telling them. So in other words, this guy did this. He committed this sin, and you need to separate. You need to separate him from. You need to get him out of there. He's gone. He's out. All right. So he's letting them know, purge out therefore the old leaven, that you may be a new lump, as you are unleavened, for even Christ our Passover is sacrificed for us. That person that's in sin represents that old leaven, that sin that needs to get purged out from the congregation of the Corinth. All right. Of the Corinthians. Let's go ahead.
Therefore, let us keep the feast not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
So even though we're separating ourselves from them, even though we're going to have to get rid of them, that don't mean that we have to have any malice towards him. We don't have any wickedness towards him. Still got to love him as a brother, but we still got to separate from him. All right. We got to still love him according to the scriptures. Go ahead.
I wrote unto you in a epistle not to company with fornication.
With
I mean
fornicators.
fornicators, yeah, fornicators. Yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with the covetous, or extortioners, or with idolaters, for them must ye needs go out of the world.
So he's telling them, I already wrote to you guys already not to company with fornicators. So you already knew, because I've told you before that anybody that's caught up in any of these kind of sins, um, separate yourself from them. But go ahead.
But now I have written unto you not to keep company, if any man that is called a brother be a fornicator, or covetous, or an idolater, or a liar, or a drunkard, or an extortioner with such and one know not to eat. For what I for what have I to do to judge them also there are written I mean hold on. For what have I to do to judge them also that are without? Do not ye judge them that are within? But then that are without God judgeth. Therefore put away from among yourselves that wicked person.
Therefore, put away from among yourselves that wicked person. So, this person that's in the midst of the congregation, committing sin, trying to have a relationship or relations with his father's wife, you need to get rid of him. Get him up out of there. All right. Let's stay in First Corinthians. Let's go to chapter 6. You're going to read verses 12 through 20.
The book of First Corinthians chapter 6 verse 12. All things are lawful to me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. Mm, Meat for the belly, and the belly for meat, but God shall destroy both it and them. Now the body is not for fornication, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. And God had both raised up the Lord and will also raise up us by his own power. Know ye not that your bodies are the members of Christ? Shall I then take the members of Christ and make them the members of an harlot? God forbid. What know ye not that he which is joined to an harlot is one body? For two, saith he, shall be one flesh. But he that is joined unto the Lord is one spirit. Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committed fornication sinneth against his own body. What know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with in price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's.
All right. So, as we read in verse 18, he's telling us flee fornication, flee fornication, flee fornication. All right. That's what we need to be teaching our people. That's what we're teaching you in this lesson. Flee fornication. Don't allow yourself to get caught up and involved in it. All right. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 2. You're going to read verses 16 through 19.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 16. To deliver thee from the strange woman, even from the stranger which flattereth with her words, which forsaketh the guide of her youth, and forgetteth the covenant of her God. For her house inclineth unto death, and her path unto the dead. None that go unto her return again, neither take they hold of the path of life.
All right. Let's go stay in Proverbs. Let's go to chapter 5. You're going to read verses 3 through 15.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 5, and verse 3. For the lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil, but her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps take hold on her. Lest thou shouldest ponder the path of life, her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, depart not from the word of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her, and come not nigh the door of her house, lest thou give thine honor unto others, and thy years unto the cruel, lest strangers be filled with thy wealth, and thy labors be in the house of a stranger. And thou mourn at the last, when thy flesh and thy body are consumed, and say, how have I hated instruction, and my heart despised reproof, and have not obeyed the voice of my teachers, nor inclined my ear to them that instruct me. I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and an assembly. Drink water out of thy own cisterns, and running waters out of thy own wells.
All right. So in verse 14, I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and assembly. So it takes a lot of awareness to be able to see that within yourself and to do what? To change it. Okay. Change the circumstances. All right. Let's stay in Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs 7. You're going to read verses 5 through 23.
So book of Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 5, that they may keep thee from the strange woman, from the stranger which flattereth with her words. For at the window of my house I look through my uh, casement, casement,
Casement. Casement.
casement, and behold, among the simple ones I discern among the youth a young man void of understanding, passing through the streets near her corner, and he went the way to her house. In the twilight, in the evening, in the black and the dark night. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of a harlot and subtle of heart.
It
She
says,
is
and
loud.
behold, there met him a woman with the attire of an harlot. So, in other words, he met him a woman that had on the clothing of a prostitute and subtile of heart. Okay, that's what it's talking about. Go ahead.
Um,
Verse 11.
she is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. Now is she without, now in the streets, and lieth in wait at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him, and with an impudent face said unto him, I have peace offerings with me. This day have I paid my vows. Therefore came I forth to meet thee diligently to seek thy face, and I have found thee. I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry, with carved works, with fine linen of Egypt. I have purified my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with loves. For the good man is not at home, he is gone a long journey. He had taken a bag of money with him and will come home at the day appointed. With her much fair speech, she caused him to yield. With the flattering of her lips, she forced him. He goeth after her straight away as an ox goeth to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, till a dart strike throughout his liver, as a bird hasted to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. Hearken unto me now, therefore, O ye children, and attend to the
Just up
vow.
to verse 23.
23.
Yeah, so it says, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasteth to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. So we're being warned to stay away from women like this. There are women that are that way. They got a husband. The husband goes away to work, and as soon as the husband is gone, what is the saying? When the cat's away, the mice will play. So as soon as the husband is gone, she's ready to bring another man all up into the house and mess around with this other man. And there are a lot of men who um, don't realize that the woman that they're married to is that way. You know what I mean? That as soon as they turn their back, they got to go somewhere. They're, not in the picture for a minute. She's ready to move on to somebody else behind his back. You got to watch out for those kind of women. All right. Um, that's why the scriptures tell us, find us a Proverbs 31 woman. Let's go to Hebrews 13 and 4. Because instead of boyfriend, girlfriend, instead of us messing around with harlots and, getting involved in all types of whoredom, the scriptures actually tell us Israelite men differently and our women. Go ahead.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled, but whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
So, as we've been saying, the Bible teaches marriage. The Bible does not teach boyfriend, girlfriend. It doesn't teach that we could be caught up in fornication, that we could have as many women or men as we want, because that's what society is teaching. You can, as long as you guys are consenting adults, you could do whatever you want. You could lay down with whoever you want. You could sleep with whoever you want. But the Bible does not teach that at all. Okay. We're expected by God to have one wife, one husband, and we're supposed to be with that person until, as they say in these marriages, till death do us part. Okay. God never intended for us to have multiple wives. He never intended for us to be caught up in dealing with multiple people. Okay. It was never meant to be that way. Why it says marriage is honorable in all. Marriage is honorable in all, not boyfriend, girlfriend. Okay. Let's go to First Corinthians 7 and 1 through 2.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 1. Now concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband.
So you couldn't get any clearer than this. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication. He's telling us, okay, because that should be, after this whole lesson we've been going through, that should be the question. What do I have to do to avoid getting caught up in fornication? Because if you don't have nobody, it's going to be hard to deal with at those times when the hormones are pushing and strong, and you're wanting that comfort of somebody. How are you supposed to deal with that? And he's telling us, in order to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Own wife, not wives. Own husband, not husbands. All right. Singular, not plural. Just one. All right. Let's go to Jude 1, and you're going to read verses 3 through 8.
Jude 1 and verse 3. Behold, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints. For there are certain men crept in unaware, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ. I will therefore put you in remembrance, though ye once knew this, how that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed them that believed not, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitations, he had reserved in everlasting change under darkness unto the judgment of the great day, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities above them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal life. Likewise, also these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise the dominions, and speaking evil Dignity, dignity,
and speaking evil of dignities.
dignities.
Right. Let's go to Ephesians 5. You're going to read verses 1 through 11.
Ephesians 5. The book of Ephesians, chapter 5, and verse 1. Be ye therefore followers of God as dear children, and walk in love. And Christ also had loved us and had given himself for us, an offering and a sacrifice to God for a sweet smelling Savior. But fornications and all uncleanness or covetousness, let it not be once named among you as becoming saints, neither filthiness nor foolishness talking, nor jesting, which are not convenient, but rather giving of thanks. For this ye know that no whoremonger, nor unclean person, nor covetous man who is an idolater hath any inheritance in the kingdom of Christ and of God. Let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience. Be not ye therefore partakers with them, for be not ye therefore partakers with them, for ye were sometimes darkness, but now are ye light in the Lord, walk as children of light. For the fruit of the Spirit is in all goodness and righteousness and truth, proving what is acceptable unto the Lord, and have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them.
All right. Okay, let's go to Titus 1. You're going to read verses 15 and 16.
It's 1:15. Oh, this is Timothy. The book of Titus 1 and verse 15. Unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work reprobate.
All right. So as it says, unto the pure, all things are pure. We had talked about this at the beginning of the lesson. We pulled Psalms 19 and 8, that the commandments of the Lord are pure, enlightening the eyes. So in order for someone to be considered pure, you've got to be keeping the commandments. So he's saying unto the pure, meaning to those that keep the commandments, everything is pure. But unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. For those that are caught up in unrighteousness, or those caught up in sin, their mind and their conscience is defiled, because their mind is not meditating on the commandments of the Lord. Their mind is on foolishness. Their mind is on sin. Okay. They're defiled. And when you take a step back and you look at especially the women of society today, you can see just how lost they are, just how much their minds and their consciences are defiled by the things you hear come out of their mouths, the way they talk, the way they walk, the way they just look, the way they act. Okay. You can see there's something not right about them. Okay. So, verse 16, they profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient unto every good work, reprobate. Let's go back to Ephesians. No, not Ephesians. I'm sorry. Let's go to Sirach 23. You're going to go to verse 16 through 19.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23, and verse 16. Two sort of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath. A hot mind is a burning fire; it will never be quenched till it be consumed. A fornicator in the body of his flesh will never cease till he had kindled a fire. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger, he will not leave off till he die. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness. The walls covereth me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts.
All right. So starting at verse 16 again, it says, two sorts of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath. A hot mind is as a burning fire. It will never be quenched till it be consumed. So a hot mind is talking about somebody that's quickly angered. A man who's short-tempered, that's a hot mind. And it's saying it will never get quenched until it be consumed. And the other kind of man that multiplies sin is a fornicator, in the body of his flesh will never see till he hath kindled a fire. So the Lord's telling us that these kind of people are those people that are just caught up in all kinds of sin. In verse 17, it says, all bread is sweet to a whoremonger. He will not leave off till he die. Okay. So what it's telling us is that a whoremonger don't care. Okay. That kind of man, he don't care if it's white bread, wheat bread, sweet bread, sourdough, biscuit, or Triscuit. He's going to have them all. That's basically what it's saying. This kind of man don't care if you know what size they are, what shape they are, what color they are. What if it's a woman, he's gonna try and get with her. That's what it's saying. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. And this kind of man that's just willing to just jump on and be with any kind of woman, those are those kind of men that's gonna end up catching AIDS. He's gonna end up catching HIV or something from somebody and end up finding himself poor health, ending up in the hospital, and eventually losing his life. Okay. Says a man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness, then the walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. This is talking about that man. He's moving in the dark. Nobody's seeing my car pull up to her house. Nobody knows me in this neighborhood, so I'm good. Don't have to worry about nothing. I ain't got nothing to worry about. You know, the Lord's not going to worry about what I'm doing. God's not going to punish me for, you know, sneaking over here and having a little fun. But he says, such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. The Lord sees what you do. You're going to pay for it at some point in time. Whether it be sooner or later, whichever one it is, you are going to get dealt with by the Lord. Okay. It says, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. There's nothing you can hide from the Lord. You got no secrets from him. All right. Um, let's go to the book of Job 31. You're going to read verse 1.
The book of Job, chapter 31, and verse 1. I made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then shall I think upon a maid?
He says, I made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then should I think upon a maid? And we all should be doing like Job. All right. When you read this, that should give you the incentive, the understanding that when you're out in the society, you see these shameless women walking around dressed the way they are. You could be at work, you could be in the grocery store, wherever you may, wherever life takes you. You should have enough discipline. You should be able to walk through the society and be blinded to this wickedness. The same way the wicked are blinded to righteousness, we should have on those same blinders when it comes to wickedness. It shouldn't even be a thought in your mind when you see these women dressed like this to even think or even acknowledge it, even pay attention to it. it takes discipline, and it's going to take discipline. All right, in order to overcome um, whatever temptations that might have or may cause in you. All right. So he said, I made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then should I think upon a maid? Make that covenant with your eyes, that when you're out and about, you've got blinders on. Take care of what you got to take care of, and keep it moving. All right. Um, let's go to Sirach 25:2.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 and verse 2. Three sorts of men my soul hated, and I am greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud of rich men that is a liar, and an old adulterer that dotreth,
That doteth, and
doted.
an old adulterer that doteth, because you see that today. You see these old men, and I'm talking about, I'm seeing men my age. I'm going to be 53. I'm going to be 53 this year. Yeah, I'm going to be 53 in July. I'm seeing men my age still walking around trying to wear Jordans, trying to dress up in skinny jeans, and trying to wear, the little baseball caps and try and look like they're teenagers. And I'm like, looking, I see them, I was looking, I'm like, man, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? It's like, where is your mind at that you're still out here trying to walk around dressed like a teenager, talking like a teenager, and looking at these little teenagers, these little girls with that lust in your eyes? You know what I mean? It's crazy. All right. But let's look up that word doted real quick, because a lot of people don't understand what that means. All right. Doted. Go back and share it again. So the word doted. In the Bible, the word doted appears only once in the apocryphal book of Sirach, where it reads, these sorts of men, my soul hateth, I am greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud, a rich man is a liar, an old adulterer that doted. Doted is the third person singular present tense of the Hebrew root, meaning to die or to be dead. Uh, Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's death. That's not doted. Um, Trying to see if they got. That's crazy. I have doted. Let me try this. Okay, here we go. Can you see that?
Yes. Hmm.
All right. Doted is an archaic term used in the Bible meaning to be foolishly or obsessively fond of something, often in the context of excessive desire or infatuation. So when we go back to Sirach 25:2, it's talking about these old men that still have this excessive desire, this infatuation with still trying to be young, still trying to be out here, trying to pick up on the young, young girls. They just have this infatuation with it. They haven't grown up. All right. Let me go back to here. All right. So again, an old adulterer that doted. Okay, the Lord says he hates these kind of men. Let's go to the book of Matthew, Matthew 19 and 9.
The book of Matthew, chapter 19 and verse 9. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away, doth commit adultery.
All right. So, because when it comes to fornication, the question has to come into play. Well, what about adultery? Okay. Am I allowed to leave my wife? What if my wife commits adultery? You know what I mean? Or am I allowed to put my wife away, just for any other reason? Can I just put her away because I don't want to be with her anymore? Can I put my husband away because I don't want to be with him anymore? He's not exciting anymore. She doesn't look the way she looked 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Whatever the case is, can you just separate from your husband and wife for any old reason? Society says yes. Today's society allows you to divorce for any reason. But is that what God intended for the Israelites? The answer is no. Christ himself is telling us in Matthew 19:9, and I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except, meaning unless it only can be for fornication, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery. So if your wife goes out and commits fornication, or your husband goes out and commit fornication or adultery, you can then put them away. Which again goes to show you that fornication and adultery are not really that different. Okay, showing you that basically fornication is adultery and adultery is fornication. That makes sense because he's telling you if somebody commits fornication, they're in adultery. If they're committing adultery, they're in fornication. It's basically one and the same thing. Okay, let me read that again. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery, which goes back to what we were saying earlier in the lesson. All of these sexual sins fall under the umbrella of fornication, which falls under the umbrella of adultery. Okay, let's go to Mark 10, and you're going to read verses 11 and 12.
The book of Mark, chapter 10 and verse 11. And he said unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committeth adultery.
So now we're seeing here in the book of Mark that it goes both ways. It's not just the husband, because some people only teach what Matthew says, not going and looking what Mark says and what Luke says. All right. It says, and he saith unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committeth adultery. So he's made it, put it on equal footing. If either one of them does this, they're committing sin. All right. The husband or the wife. It goes both ways according to Christ. Let's go to the book of Galatians, chapter 5. And you're going to read verses 16 through 26.
The book of Galatians, chapter 5 and verse 16. This I say then, walk in the spirit, and ye shall not feel the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusted against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary the one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. But if ye be led of the spirit, ye are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifested, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, ravelings, and such like of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, godness, faith, meekness,
Goodness,
temperance, um,
goodness, faith.
goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections of lust. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Let us not be serious of vain glory, provoking one another, envying one another.
Let us not be desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another. First Thessalonians chapter 4 and verses 1 through 5.
The book of First Thessalonians, chapter 4 and verse 1. Furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Jesus, that as ye have received of us how ye ought to walk and to please God, so ye would abound more and more. For ye know what commandments we gave you by the Lord Jesus. For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornications, that every one of you should know how to possess his vessel in sanctification and honor, not in the lust of a concupiscence, even as the Gentiles which know not God.
Let's go to First Peter chapter 3 and verse 8.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3, and verse 8.
You're gonna read through 11.
It says, finally, be ye all of one mind, having compassion one of another, love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, not rendering evil for evil or railing for railing, but contrariwise blessing, knowing that ye are thereunto called, that you should inherit a blessing. For he that will love life, see good days. Let him refrain his tongue from evil, and his lips that they speak no guile. Let him eschew evil and do good. Let him seek peace and ensure and ensure it.
All right. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
So keep the commandments. We just showed you that one of the commandments, thou shalt not commit adultery. Fornication falls under the umbrella of adultery. As we just read, we need to abstain from fornication. First Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 3. Again, for this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that you should abstain from fornication. And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High Christ bless. Blessed Sabbath to you. And Lord willing, we will see you next Sabbath. Shalom.